thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was This is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. I am so strong, I am so strong. This is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. I am so strong, I am so strong.
I'm going in bigger than ever. Watch me flex on the set. I was made for this. I'm going in bigger than ever. Sit back and watch me win. I'm going in bigger than ever. Just watch me win. Just watch me win.
IQ and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next, the way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best, different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree, yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive.
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keepest Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17. He's already inside. They got the kill on SEY. They got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They've got one on ZY. They have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. Two members are still alive on the side. KVG, they got the true shot for Watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze,
he
did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turrets will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines, 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Woo!
With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes Phil looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Getting
Oh! Fruits!
and he's going
There you go!
with a double kill, and everyone
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace.
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, got wait for the first
菜呢？
Hello. Welcome, everyone, to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 2024. Now we are back with a new year and it's already deep into the playoffs. Apologies, folks, because As of the moment, we can't hear my partner right here. You can see him speaking, but his mic is not connected properly. But don't worry, guys. We'll get that fixed up for you as soon as possible. But today, we have a banger of a match coming up. It is a best of 7 between Nova and Woohoo Gaming. Oh, he's back. How you feeling, GG? Oh, he's not back yet. Oh.
Is it good now? Oh, finally!
So.
Oh man, my
Okay.
mic betrayed me for a second there. I apologize dearly for the inconvenience, but now again, it's a brand new day for everybody as we transition towards the CN Conference this time around for our start of the playoffs in the elimination round before we transition towards the finals. Here's the schedule, our roadmap, by the way. We're now on the playoffs part, going towards the finals. We just had an intense regular season or group stages during the past few months. We even transitioned towards 2024 alongside with it as well. But everything is in preparation for, again, what we referred as the finals, because only the top 2 teams from the CN Conference and from the APAC Conference will be able to be there onto the main stage sooner or later. And everything that will be happening for the next 2-3 weeks will be the determinants on who is going to be flying over there towards towards Shanghai.
Yeah, competition is really tight here between the teams. And we have seen a couple of games come through in the APAC Conference playoffs already, with Cerberus taking a beatdown from Blacklist, right? It was a 4-1 series. It wasn't close. And then Naos went up against the former top seed of the APAC Conference, unable to secure that series, right? It went 4-2 in favor of KT Roaster, which means that both Naos and Cerberus Esports now have to fight for their life in the lower bracket semifinal.
Yeah, it was a gruesome battle between KT Roaster Y and Naos Esports, but in the end, it was KT Roaster Y that was able to have the last laugh and be able to actually defeat Naos Esports for the second time, because they battled already during the group stages. G2 Blacklist, however, finally got the revenge against Cerberus Esports, and man, game number 3 was also so intense as well. We saw the emotions coming through from both Cerberus Esports and G2 Blacklist that kind of gave the momentum towards G2 Blacklist in the succeeding games that determined them to finish the series 4-1. And now Cerberus Esports and the Naos Esports has to battle in the lower bracket. And now, transitioning towards the CN Conference side, we start on the losers bracket.
Yeah, we're gonna be headed off to Nova versus Woohoo Gaming for today in a best of 7. You know what? It has been a pretty good past couple of matches for Nova. They've been on a beautiful win streak against, 4 teams now. They went up against Cerberus, KT, JDG, and even Thunder Talk. They take down in a very close series, but either way, they still were able to do so. And now they're going up against Woohoo, who hasn't necessarily had the smoothest of sailing in the past couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams had the greatest performance. Some teams kind of struggled and had to find their groove. Looking at our matchup right now, it is going to be similar to the other matches that we have seen already. Grudge matches. Nova Esports before won against Woohoo Gaming in a 2-0 sweep. However, both of the games weren't actually a one-sided beatdown. There were signs of life coming in from Woohoo Gaming in both of the games, especially in game number 2, in which they almost had a comeback during that second match, and now they're looking to finally have their revenge against Nova Esports as we look at their lineup.
Tell you what, though, one of the strongest performance here for Nova Esports in the past games that they've had is absolutely Long, right? I mean, super consistent across the board, no matter who they faced up against. And I think that's definitely a point of strength, or a loophole that Woohoo Gaming has to solve here. Are they going to target him specifically in the jungle here in the drafting phase, or is Woohoo Gaming gonna do something else entirely? I can't wait to see what they're gonna be planning against Nova Esports, who seemingly is unstoppable the past couple of weeks here, GG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they even won against Race Esports, right? On date number 38 of the regular season. And all we look at is Carryman right now, because he's the guy. I mean, it's in his name already, Carryman. And he has been really carrying the games of Woohoo Gaming because of his extremely great performance over the past few days that he has been participating as the jungler of Woohoo Gaming, because he replaced a different player, which was August. August was the jungler before, but after Carryman took over, it was a better performance with Woohoo Gaming overall that actually allowed them to have this playoff spot right now and a chance to finally get their hands and get their win against Nova Esports. Looking at the stats, we see a bit of almost equal preference between both teams on the first Dragon and first Herald, but we actually see a much more higher side on the side of Woohoo Gaming in terms of efficiency on both sides that actually transitioned them into getting more first hours.
Now, Woohoo Gaming, you know that they love playing for that early game, sort of mid-map control, right? It allows them for a lot of beautiful rotations across the map, which is a part of what makes them such a formidable team. And I want to touch up more on what you pointed on earlier, right? The new jungler substitution here, or swap out for Woohoo Gaming, has been sort of working out in a pretty good manner once they figured out. But when he came in, it was a little bit of a rocky start. They went up against Nova, KT, Naos, and they didn't necessarily win those series. But then they started figuring it out together, started getting the team sort of worked out. And afterwards, Carryman's been working out wonderfully here in the jungle. Unfortunately, in their last series against OMG, it was not the best performance from them. They won the first game, but they did come back the next couple of games. So it was not to say the least, it wasn't a pretty series for Woohoo Gaming, with OMG giving them a beatdown from game 2 onwards. So they have to have recovered from that, especially now they're going up against Nova Esports, who's on a hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, strong recovery is what Woohoo Gaming is looking forward to having right now, right? And Nova Esports being their opponent right now is going to be a tough mountain to climb, because not only history has already dictated that Nova Esports should win here, Woohoo Gaming hasn't had the recovery yet that they needed. They haven't found the win yet to finally bounce back here and gain their momentum. And looking at the head-to-head, actually we do see a quite similar stats coming in from both Long and Carryman, and that actually is showing more potential on the side of Woohoo Gaming more than Long, because we already know how great Long is. But as we see Carryman actually being able to step up and match some of those stats, that shows promise on the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Especially in a sort of rookie season, right? I mean that in the sense where he's just new to the team. He's just been he's kind of just testing the waters in this team now and going up against these teams like Nova and Long, and Carryman matching those numbers, some of these numbers that Long has, who has been tried and tested and has been the reliable rock that Nova Esports have been counting on, is just amazing to see here from Carryman. I can't wait to see them go up against each other here in our best of 7 in the playoffs, especially because they're playing to keep their spot here in the lower bracket. It's absolutely going to be of absolute importance to see how they're both going to perform. Speaking of performance here, it's going to be Neon versus San 1 here on the head-to-head. Again, similar numbers that we can see here, but both of these have had very consistent performances throughout the season.
Yeah, Sandy has strong foundations already with the team, has a very, very wide champion pool as well to be utilized in the game, depending on how they are going to be reserving some for the finals as well, because we know that Nova Esports has many reserve champions to be used when they need it the most. So far, they've had some struggles, but Neon hasn't really pulled off some of his pocket picks just yet. Sunny, on the other hand, shows really great flexibility, because oftentimes, right, Sandy swaps out with Pan as well. Sometimes he does participate into the mid lane. Sometimes he does participate in the Dragon lane instead, depending on what route they actually want to take. And I think that actually shows great adaptability on the side of Woohoo Gaming, knowing which one can they actually send out to match against Neon or against Remake.
Not just that, it gives sort of a next level of uncertainty when you're facing up against Woohoo Gaming, right? You don't know what they're going to bring out next, because when you have two players that can flex roles like that, or maybe even more players that can flex like that, it's very hard to counter their pools, because you don't know what's in their pool. Like Gasani playing Zaya sometimes, we've seen him play Kaisa going up against OMG as well, and then the next game they flexed up again, playing Zaya on the ADC role. It's so hard to counter them in the draft phase, so might as well just stick to your gut, stick to what works to yourself, and try not to counter Woohoo Gaming. And that's one of the things that Nova Esports would definitely like to have, but unfortunately it's something that they cannot do here, is try and predict the amount of things that can come out here on the draft phase. I mean, there is a certain level of prediction that can amount to, but not to 100% certainty. And another head-to-head here is going to be Pan and Remake. And this is where we get to see a little bit of a difference in terms of the numbers, right? That particularly in that damage per gold number. I mean, 30 may not seem like a lot, but it translates to Pan being able to translate more with having less, right? And that's something that is really, really good, especially when you get to play from behind.
I mean, during game number 1 and last time they've met, right, Pan dealt the most damage despite them losing in that game. Remake in game number 2 allowed the comeback to happen for Nova Esports that allowed them to secure 2-0 series against Woohoo Gaming because of his Dragon Steel and because of his Rift Herald Steel. And he was using Morgana at that time, of all champions. And man, that's just mind-blowing, to be honest, to think about. But that's how Nova Esports operates. When Long cannot carry, there's his teammates to back him up every single time. And Woohoo Gaming should be very, very prepared for what's about to happen here in this game. We go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams, and we'll just sit back and relax.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRLA 的比赛现场，我是小优。今天是CN赛区首个比赛日，我们迎来了败者组的首轮交锋。经历2周休整的 Nova 和 WHG 战队会拿出怎样的状态去迎接这场殊死较量？谁能捍卫荣耀，成功晋级？让我们拭目以待。现在有请 Nova Esports 以及Woohoo Gaming。Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. I'm Peggy. Today is the first day of the CN competition. We ushered in the first round of the lower bracket. Nova and WHG team after 2 weeks of rest. How will they meet this deadly contest? Who can defend the glory and make it through? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome Nova Esports and Woohoo Gaming.
再冒充一次世界冠军，冠军，我们打的就是冠军。
Well, they're laughing.
Yeah, a bit of banter going on between the two teams. That's always a good sight to see, you know. Especially when these players, you know, probably have a lot of experience with each other. They already know each other for a long time. You got there long at the front, so a little bit of friendly banter never hurt anyone.
Anyway, Woohoo Gaming is very comfortable. I mean, also in the CN conference, basically everyone there are like friends, similar to how we are here in the Philippines or any other region as well, right? All the teams there know each other, and we have some swaps happening here and there as well every after season in the CN conference stage, similar to all the regions as well. I actually wanted to dub it. Luckily, my intrusive toss did not win this time, because this is our downside. Like, we don't know what they're saying, but we can only assume. And I kind of assumed a short but sweet message coming in from Long a while ago.
What do you think? What do you think he said? No, I want to hear it. What do you think Long said?
Be prepared for a one-side beatdown.
Kerriman
was like, no, we're gonna win against you.
Beatdown? I give you beatdown. That's what
I'll give you beatdown. And they laugh because it's true.
Yeah. There we go. There's walkouts here.
Sandy looks so bubbly though.
Yeah. I feel like he's the kind of guy that once he walks into a party, everyone just wants to give him a hug, you know? Because he's so nice.
For some reason, I remembered Wolf from SKT. It's like the happiest person there. So the guy that always brings a smile to the whole team.
Smiles.
Yeah.
Here we go. Got Woohoo on the right, and Nova on the left side of the screen. You know, I do like the jerseys here, looking absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Maybe they can give us a jacket as well.
I mean, it's a long shot, but it's worth it.
We can only we can only be a little slightly passive aggressive, you know, in
I
our
love the
quest.
purple on. I'm feeling that Nova jersey really, really good. It's purple and white. Purple is my weakness, my favorite color.
Really? Really? It's for me, it's the opposite. I've never been fond of purple until I saw the Nova Esports skin. It's so good, especially the Nasus one. And of course, Long's champion.
Of course, guys, this is already the playoffs, so there isn't gonna be a fight for side.
No fight for side.
Yeah, but it has been decided already. I believe it's Nova Esports going to the red side, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they were the ones who picked the red side. Means that priority is gonna be for Woohoo for the first pick.
Ooh. Possibly, we have seen different side selection priorities for the past few weeks, past few months already. It transitioned from blue side to red side to depending on what they actually want to prioritize, either last pick or first pick this time. On the side of Woohoo Gaming, looks like they want to secure a first pick priority here on their side, plus the leverage of being the one to ban the champions. That oftentimes becomes the case when you're matching up against Nova Esports. So Nova Esports should be the one to be forced to ban out the Hecarim, possibly the Evelyn as well. And look what leverage Woohoo Gaming is getting right now. They get to ban the Ezreal, they get to ban the Yasuo, possibly the Kha'Zix as well of Long.
Yasuo being banned on out here preemptively, so I wonder what Woohoo is planning to go in terms of that champs that goes against the Yasuo. Probably have Vladimir here, if I had to guess. A couple of standard bans coming through for Nova, and surprise, surprise, not a lot of any jungle priority here for Woohoo Gaming. I think they're gonna permit Long of whatever he wants for now, except for the Evelyn. First pick coming through, it's gonna be the Akali priority for Woohoo. That's a bold pickup.
Yeah, I mean, bold move coming in from Woohoo Gaming. We have never seen a team not ban any jungle champions against Long, against Nova Esports. I mean, when Nova Esports battled against Race Esports, there were 9 jungle champion bans.
I remember that. That's crazy.
That's how ridiculous it was. And one mid lane champion ban, it's pretty much redundant. Nova Esports, this time going for a wombo combo, right? Camille, Galio has been an OG combination just because of the Hextech ultimatum after the hookshot into the hero's entrance, zoning everybody away and isolating that one target.
Yeah, really good combo. It's something we rarely see because usually it's banned on out, it's duo, but Nova Esports have that wombo combo going for themselves. The response is going to be the set Renekton combo for Woohoo Gaming, which is not too bad of a response. This is one of the few times that we do see a set again here, sort of like acting sort of a meat shield. The damage that a set does put out has been toned down quite a bit now. Still definitely a good pickup though. Provides a ton of isolation with that showstopper. Jax picked up as well for Nova here. And we're gonna go to another rotation of bans here. Now, what I like about this combo from Nova is it's tried and tested, right? You got a Jax that's scaling to infinity, and that's creates a lot of space as a 1v1 monstrosity in the side lanes. And you got the wombo combo, and you can't go wrong with this combo, right? But the problem with this combo is execution. What happens if a Camille goes behind? How do you go in again? And it's just gonna be the layer of these ults that will be your saving grace. If it doesn't work out, there's not really a lot of fallback, but having the Jax to complement that sort of rounds it out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, provides that assurance for late game, right? And that really works here on the side of Nova Esports. It kind of boggles me though, seeing a set be picked up quite early on the side of Woohoo Gaming, because yes, it is a great matchup against this engaged composition of Nova Esports. However, there's so many more choices that they could have left open on the side of Woohoo Gaming, and they could have picked a different champion first and kind of forced Nova Esports to ban some of those other support champions and still have opportunity to pick up the set. Now, Nova Esports now are going to pick up the Vladimir, which is a great late game scaling champion. It was toned down a little bit this patch 4.4D. However, it is still quite useful.
A little bit worried here for Nova. They have a lot of scaling options, sure, but their early game not looking the best here. Actually, this is an opportunity to pick up something like a Ziggs here to triple down on the combo, but the problem is we haven't seen a Ziggs in quite some time because Ziggs is just very vulnerable in the current meta, especially considering the composition of Woohoo Gaming right now. They got Akali, Renekton,
There's so much engaged,
Kha'Zix as well. They got so many things that can crash down on that Ziggs, so I don't think realistically a Ziggs is a good option here unless it's just literally for the ulti. Here we go, Woohoo. That Kha'Zix will make a lot of sense. They will be locking it up, so let's see what the final lockup here for Nova is.
Possibly a Varus can still work here, or the Severe. There's so many options here on the side of Nova Esports, except the Ziggs, since there is a rule here on Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 that you have to pick at least one ADC.
That's true. Oh, yeah,
Interesting
that's true.
approval ratings that we do see as well. 82% more towards the side of Nova Esports, simply because of how great the foundation is already on Nova Esports. But we can never discount Woohoo Gaming. This is a team that has shown great potential, especially in the second half of the regular season. They have won more games on the second half of on the latter weeks of the regular season compared to the first few weeks, and now it's looking to have a great entry here in the playoffs.
Well, they have to, right? It is the lower bracket, of course, so it is everything on the line for both of these teams. But the good thing is, it is a best of 7, so there's plenty of room to work with for both of these squads as we head off into our first game of this series tonight. Nova Esports versus Woohoo Gaming. Wow. Such a big difference in the... Actually, this is surprising me a little bit. The difference in approval rating is so big in favor of Nova Esports, but it also kind of makes sense.
I also just want to say, sorry to cut you off right there, but I love the coat on the side of Nova Esports. Have you seen that? The fur coat thing? Man, we can never wear something like that here in the Philippines, except if you're from some like Baguio.
I don't even then, I don't know.
I don't even own any.
I mean, neither. I've never seen one in real life, but here we go.
It's gonna be so hot, but not as hot as the game that we are gonna be seeing here.
Yes.
Just the first game of this best of 7. You can expect a possible game number 7 here, unless one of these two great teams will cut the series short.
Yes, sirree. Here we go. Blue side, we got Woohoo. Red side, Nova Esports. And this time, Long on a Camille. That's going up against Carryman on a Kha'Zix, which is complemented by a Long on that team fighting composition that their team has. So it's gonna be something of the standard type of comp that you would typically like to see in these types of competitions, right? You want to go for the team fighting comp, you want to go for the late game, and the challenge with that is you have to get to the late game, which is the one thing that I'm worried of here for Nova Esports. Their early game prowess here is not as strong as they would like, which leaves them susceptible to early fights like this.
Yeah, I'm taking a bit of damage right there. But I just want to point out Nova Esports' great vision tracking on the side of Woohoo Gaming. We saw a ward placed on the Raptors of Kerryman, and then Remake actually went off his way just to plant another ward onto the Krugs. So now they have full tracking of Kerryman in where and how fast he is going to be clearing up his wave. And that can actually affect the timing here of Woohoo Gaming in the gank potentially in the top side. Long is already on the Wolves, so this means that he can actually clear much faster. Fortunately though, Woohoo Gaming does have a ward there as well, so both of them are actually keeping great track of each other.
Yeah, both of them pathing towards the top side of the map as well. So we could see a little bit of action soon, especially considering this is a Renekton top lane from Rocky. But in terms of clear speed, I think Long actually has a little bit of an upper hand here in the Camille, unless Carryman fancies and early rotates towards that gank. And like you said, perfect tracking. Another ward to spot exactly where Carryman is heading there.
Yeah.
Keeps Nova aware that there is a Kha'Zix around the area. So take a look at the instant rotation, instant response from Nova. They pull back that top lane aggression, pulling the tower, the minions towards tower range. And now immediately, there's no chance for a gank to come through from Carryman.
And that allows Nova Esports Dragon Laners or bottom lane to be more aggressive than usual, right? We see the waves crashing onto the tower of Woohoo Gaming. In their mid laner as well, Neon is just sitting comfortably, just farming out. Though there is some sort of pressure coming in from Sunny as well, but not really too serious to force out any summoner spells or any attention from their junglers. Now to go for a reset, actually things are looking very tactical from both sides, but also just playing from textbook style.
Yeah.
Just to sort of get a good read onto each other. Level 5 is what we can see the ganks happening, and Carryman is already on his way towards mid lane. Will not be able to gank just yet.
This is the type of smart type of playstyle that we like to see here when you've got a scaling comp, right? Just put as many flanking boards as you can. Keep track of the enemy jungler, especially when it is a Kha'Zix that has a very strong gank potential. And deny those ganks as much as possible. And Nova doing a pretty good job at that at the 3-minute mark. No emerging advantage for anyone yet. A little bit of skirmish on the top side, but no worries. It is a Renekton and a Jax, both very tanky. And the first Drake, it is going to be an Ocean Dragon. So I wouldn't expect it to be of as big as a contestant as a lot of other Drakes that we have. So I would expect a lot more of this sort of gentleman's agreements as we head off into the early mid game.
As the game progresses though, it's gonna put more pressure on the side of Rocky more than Yitze, since the Jax kind of overpowers the Renekton, especially at the 10, 12, 15 minute mark. As the game progresses, the Renekton does fall off a little bit more and more, so becomes like just a plain frontline, an engager for Woohoo Gaming. Now we see the junglers actually going towards top side, but spots each other out. Yitze taking some damage here from Rocky, but not too serious. It's low in mana, so he might actually need to disengage. Long just parrying through Carryman, and the adaptive defenses is doing the work.
Yeah. Just not enough items going through yet. Do remember, Woohoo Gaming, guys, despite the fact that they have the early game advantage, they still need items to get the big advantage, the power spike they need to shut down the players from Nova. So for now, haven't really necessarily been finding anything yet. Meanwhile, bottom side, gank coming through.
Great timing for Yami. Actually just waiting for the shout to actually expire. Justice Punch gonna be used with the taunt as well. But not too much damage actually being thrown out here towards Sunny. Now the bottom laners of Woohoo Gaming are gonna be the ones ganking here as well. Great reaction time coming in from Neon and Yami as well. They are just gonna be disengaging, giving the Scuttle Crab in the bottom lane away.
A little bit more vision. Long makes his way towards that bottom side. And both teams not really looking for any avenue yet. I mean, Woohoo, that was just a responsory rotation towards that bottom side once the lanes have been swapped here. Yami remake now on the mid side here for Nova. They look establish a bit of more control. The Ocean Drake actually prioritized here by Woohoo. Carryman baiting it up a little bit. They might be looking for a fight here as Yami looks to hold that vision line for themselves. They know that the dragon is not being committed yet, but the Rift Herald, there's not a lot of vision here for Woohoo.
And there's more pressure on the side of Woohoo Gaming this time as well, because we see Yitze actually having a bit of pressure towards Rocky already as they establish vision on the top side river. Woohoo Gaming now is determined to finally start this dragon up, and Nova Esports actually gives it away. Nong just goes towards the top side objective and starts the herald. However, since it is started a little bit late, Woohoo Gaming can now actually transition and maybe try to interrupt. Wake Up is already face checking the area. Rocky as well is transitioning. Pops in the dominance already, so top are gonna be used. Here's Entrance as a response. Will there be a steal? The answer is no. Woohoo Gaming is unsuccessful with the engage, and now Rocky's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Yitze gonna be jumping towards them. Perfect execution. Shuriken flip as well gonna be invested, but San is already low in HP, so just gonna use the ult to exit out. Nova Esports, they're gonna get a kill, but unsuccessful with it. They just trade for objectives.
Yeah. Yami doing a really good job of holding the line there in that mid brush. You can see he got a double taunt, which is why Woohoo Gaming had to back off a little bit before they could commit. But here comes the spikes from Carryman, and here comes the gank from Wake Up.
Flash gonna be invested. Facebreaker still on cooldown. He is timing it already perfectly as well to deal the damage. First blood comes through, and Long's just gonna be falling down. Yitze's gonna be next, and that's 2 kills already for Woohoo Gaming. However, the Severe's overextended, doesn't have any mana. Wake Up as well survives with 1 HP just because of its passive healing as well. And Nova Esports lost too much.
That's Wake Up for you, making the initiation happen here for Woohoo. Getting them a couple of kills as well on top of that beautiful flash play. But let's take a look at that one more time, how that happened. The flash forward into the face breaker, just absolutely wonderful here. Perfectly placing the haymaker too, making sure that Yitze will not be able to survive that encounter. That's Woohoo. Really good setup. Wake Up finds another setup here as well, and survives the encounter. So perfectly played there on that set.
Yeah, it's not yet time for Nova Esports to actually fight, especially that the Severe doesn't have any damage.
True.
Camille can't really do that much damage, and they honestly were a bit too overextended in the top side. They had no reason to actually push there, especially go too deep there as well. They already used the Rift Herald into the mid lane. They unlocked already a tower there as well. And Woohoo Gaming, since they're the ones who have secured the first dragon, they have now the opportunity to stack up for Soul.
Yummy though. Establishing that vision towards that blue side. Woohoo, gotta be careful of those wards, especially because they caught the Kha'Zix. A little bit of rotation coming through from both sides. And so far, Long hasn't been able to find a lot of impact. We haven't seen a single combo of Hextech into Hero's Entrance. And now Carryman is invading him.
Yeah.
Long needs a little bit of assistance here as 4 people making their way towards the top side.
Great maneuver coming in from Woohoo Gaming. They know that they have the leverage. They know that they can divide and conquer. They are now divided and being conquered as Yutze again will just fall down. And Woohoo Gaming should get this tower.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Early to mid game, Nova Esports can't really hold a candle against Woohoo Gaming, especially when you give a couple of kills like that. Thankfully, they will be able to trade at least a tower for that tower. But the kills have been going all the way of Woohoo now, and they're racking up items. For the good thing about Nova, though, Remake still rocking the top of the gold board here, despite not having any kills. Somehow, Remake still has the most gold in the game. I'm not sure how.
Wow, yeah, that's too aggressive, and it does work. Finally, we see the combination as well.
There we go. Yeah, Carryman going down early there, and Long. Actually, there's a bit of a gamble there for Long. Had no info of who was there. Just went in and executed as quick as it can. Carryman going down, and now they have instant control of that Baron side. Gets a little bit of camps for himself as well. So, really decisive. A bit of a gamble, but it works out really, really well for Long. That's one of the things that I like about Long. He's just very
proactive.
Yeah, very proactive. And once he decides on something, he's just gonna full commit.
As long as he sees an opportunity, he will take it without hesitation. As long as it is the most efficient route as well. But sometimes he does take 50-50s, take big risk as well. And we saw great rewards as well along the way just because of his decisions like that. And now, similar to what happened a while ago, that gank really pushes through, helped them a little bit to recover some of the gold lead that they should have been acquiring over the past few minutes, simply because they're the ones who secured the Rift Herald and unlocked the mid lane tower. And since they have secured a tower as well in the bottom lane, the only lane they have to push right now is top side. And they can go and send out the Jax to push there, since right now is the time for the Jax to be able to win against this Renekton.
It's trying to shove the lane down the bottom side as the Ice Dragon spawns up. Unsuccessfully so, because here comes the party, Woohoo Gaming. All 4 people roaming around the bottom side. Nova Esports called upon. Wake Up is right here, acting like a meat shield. 4,000 HP left on the Dragon. They have to start a fight somewhere.
Yutze as well, gonna be spotted with a ward. Shuriken gonna be connecting. Will there be a steal? The answer is no. This time Long is the one to secure it. And Nova Esports has gotten what they wanted. Showstopper on the backline. Wake Up would actually be in a bad spot right now. Goes in with the Shuriken as well. Hextech ultimate gonna be used as a response. San is gonna be in a bad spot as he gets taken away. 1 for 1 already. Nova Esports once more. Tactical speed after the hook shot. The damage just gonna be there. The counter strike as well to deal the kill. And Woohoo Gaming has lost 2 in exchange for 1, and they lost the Dragon as well.
Yeah, Yutze becoming the security guard. They're denying the initiation of that Showstopper and dealing so much damage on that set. Paved the way for Nova to win that fight. I mean, sure, they lost their ADC, but Long came up huge with the chase down there. And that's the thing about the composition here of Nova Esports. They don't necessarily need their ADC to deal damage. I mean, take a look at this. Wake Up. By the time he went out of the Showstopper, he's already down to 1 HP. Had to back on out, all because of Yutze. And after that, well, Nova Esports ADC went down. Doesn't matter. They just go in for the chase because everyone from their side is down to 1. And take a look at this flash coming through from Yutze for the final beatdown. Nova just playing that team fight perfectly after taking the Dragon. And things starting to fall into place for the scaling comp.
It was actually quite fortunate for Woohoo Gaming that Yutze kind of messed up the jump into the flash.
True.
That could have been a double kill already with just 1 counter strike.
Yeah.
However, it just connected onto 1 because of that slight miscalculation. But still, it is a slight win on the side of Nova Esports. Now they're making sure they have full control of this game from the leverages that they have been acquiring over the past few minutes. It's just 2.4 thousand, but we see the impact as well just because of the first fights that Nova Esports is getting right now.
And Sandy's doing a pretty good job of pinpointing Remake here, able to shut down Remake in order to fight Seth, but here comes Wake Up again.
The Stopper into no follow-up actually. It's still gonna be fine. Renekton though going in, just dealing some damage there onto Long. Not yet enough to actually fully dissuade him, and that's already with the Dominus used.
Yeah. Quick reset for both sides. And as I was saying earlier, Wu is actually doing a pretty good job of pinpointing Remake here. But that's the problem. Shutting him down is not enough. You have to get through the Jax, get through Long on that Camille, get through the Vladimir as well. And it sort of makes me wonder if it's past the point where Woohoo hasn't been outscaled yet. Because remember, Nova Esports, they're the ones who can play relaxed, can play for the long game. And Woohoo are the ones who have a sort of deadline, right? Are we past that deadline at the 13-minute mark? I'm not exactly sure because Nova are becoming so proactive. And they already have the 3,000 gold lead. They don't even have 2-3 items yet.
Yeah. It is gonna be a lot of problems here in the side of Woohoo Gaming, especially because of the Baron Lane champion that they have secured. However, because of their composition actually is quite balanced. They have late game scaling on the Akali, late game scaling on the Zeri as well. Great burst damage is gonna be coming through alongside with the consistent DPS of Pan, plus add in the Kha'Zix's isolation damage. I think there are still quite a lot of avenues for them to actually win against Nova Esports. And now they're banking on that as well. Actually quite confident to set some establishment of vision on the top side river. And Nova Esports is just gonna allow them for now.
Yeah. There is no realistic threat of a Baron here unless one of the players of Nova does go down. Wake up, looking for something.
Ooh,
flash backwards. Yeah, I mean, this is actually very risky here for Nova. They don't know where Sunny is.
It is a good placement. Good position so far here from Nova Esports. Rocky not going to be having the ultimate this time around. They are trying to bait them onto the Baron, but Nova Esports is not taking any baits from them.
Yeah, don't want to risk it. And I like the respect they're coming through from Nova. They know that they can take them on a full-on fight, but risking a Baron like that is not something that they can do at this point. So why bother? They're just going to go in, try to establish a little bit of vision, make sure that Woohoo is not taking the Baron. And afterwards, just back off for now. It's a 2,600 gold lead for them anyway, so it's their lead to lose as of the moment. And remember, the longer the game goes on, it only gets better and better and better here for Nova Esports. And besides, they got a Jax to split push the wave. Heck, they even got a Camille to do that. But now, there is another objective spawning up. That is Infernal Dragon, and Nova, of course, wants to secure it for themselves.
They're trying to sneak it away already. Nova Esports hasn't
So
gotten
quick.
any vision just
Oh,
yet.
no,
Finally,
Long.
is in the vicinity. Gonna be trying to get the kill and he's successful with it as well. Says thank you for the leash along the way.
That's Long for
Oh,
you.
showstopper.
Now they're gonna fight.
Pacebreaker gonna be denied. Dominus gonna be used already. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be pinning down. Rocky gonna be flashing in with the Predator and takes it away as well. Nian as well gonna be blown up. And this might be the chance of Wu Game to actually strike against Nova Esports. Yami gonna be trapped, forced to use the stasis, but it's just gonna be taken down as well by Woohoo Gaming. They're mad because they lost their dragon.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward fight there for Nova Esports, and Woohoo immediately punishes them for a long, nice little steal on the Dragon, but because their teammates gone down, it's the Baron getting started by Woohoo. There's just 2 players of Nova left.
Long is still alive. Wake up gonna be checking. They're gonna be to Nova Esports. No chance to steal this time around because you're gonna get wiped away. Long is lucking though to get the kill onto the Kali. He is successful with it. Now it's a big responsibility for Rocky to actually pin him down. He has to stun, he has to root this Predator, but is it gonna be enough? They have full vision onto the Baron. Will he actually get the steal? The answer is no this time around. Rocky makes it through, will get the kill as well. But Long still made it work, gave some pressure as well, and actually was successful in getting 2 kills.
That's still so close with only Long remaining, and that's a problem that you uniquely face when you're playing against Nova Esports. Their jungler is definitely world class here. That steal! All it takes is just literally one flick of the smite. And now take a look at this fight again. Rocky got pinned early by Long, but the duel gets really stalled out by the stasis here. That Rocky flashes forward Long a little bit too false of a little bit of false sense of security there. Leaves one of his teammates to die there. And that started the downfall of the team fight there for Nova Esports, which led to this Baron take by Woohoo that they had no business securing there. And a little bit of breathing room here for Woohoo that Nova has to fend off for now, this Baron buff.
Great punishment as well by Rocky, seeing that the remake went too far forward, close to him as well, used the flash and immediately stunned him up, and was followed up by the rest of Woohoo Gaming. that actually allowed them to get this Baron. Even if they lost 2 members, it's still great because it gave them so much gold through the ace that they have acquired, plus the Baron gold as well. That's why we see the gold actually transition back to Woohoo Gaming right now from 2,000 gold lead of Nova Esports. Now we see a relatively same gold amount lead of Woohoo Gaming.
But Nova's still doing a pretty good job of actually keeping that Baron buff at bay. I mean, remember, Nova had a little bit of a gold lead earlier. Now, it's still shrinking the side of Woohoo, even though they have it. Now, Elder Dragon has spawned up those, and this is something that neither team has to or wants to let up. Because it is a game-ending dragon after all. And here comes Long for the initiate.
Immediately gonna be denied. Showstopper as well gonna be used. Here's Entrance as
Wake
a
up.
response. Punch actually not gonna be connecting onto Nova Esports, but they're gonna be getting the jacks already. Rocky going in. The perfect execution gonna be connecting. Sani actually making things work. Neon tries to go with the damage, but unfortunately it's not enough, and it's only Yami alive.
Rocky's just so consistent at turning fights around that stasis is just a big headache here for Nova Esports. And the Croc is just a problem here for them, because by the time Rocky turns the fight around here, comes back in from the stasis, he's dealt enough damage for Woohoo to capitalize off. And now Yami is the only one left standing here trying to fend off 3 players from Woohoo. And it could be the game here.
It can be, unless Yami can actually do something about this. So far, he is stalling, but stalling is not going to be enough to stop Woohoo Gaming. They take game number 1 of this best of 7 series.
What a performance here for Woohoo. It looked touch and go for a second there, but they knew, they said, and they just announced they're just not out of this game yet. In the best way possible by winning it. What's a turnaround victory for them? And it's just a couple of executes there on the team fights there for Nova Esports and the gang. It just felt like they weren't on the same page in some of those team fights. That long shenanigans just wasn't enough to save the game from falling apart.
It was close. It was very close from Long being able to save the game. It took Rocky being the one to secure the Baron for Woohoo Gaming to actually set things in their control. However, one of the catalysts of Woohoo Gaming being able to actually start winning the game was an overcommitment and overextension by some of the members of Nova Esports.
That's true. Yeah.
And Rocky was the one to spot them out as well. So I actually is commending him so much for his great performance. We did not see the fall off of the Renekton as well. He was consistent, being able to be the front line and also a main threat coming in from Woohoo Gaming. And we saw as well Sani popping off, Ban as well. Great timing as well coming in from Carryman. And everyone was very synchronized on the side of Woohoo Gaming, catching the members of Nova Esports off guard all the time.
Which is something that I can't necessarily say the same for Nova Esports. Synchronicity felt like something that they didn't have in the team fights here, which is odd here for Nova Esports, because typically they're a team that is very organized. They have to work that out going into game number 2 and not rely on Long every single time, because as we saw, it's just not enough in this game. And you did say yourself, Renekton didn't feel like it fell off the entire game because Rocky was just on point, right? Executing left, right, and center, catching Remake over and over again and turning fights around single-handedly with just one stasis is beautifully executed here for Woohoo Gaming. And it is definitely one for the books here for Rocky. He's gotta be feeling good after that game.
Oh yeah, and Nova Esports are going to be feeling the exact opposite of that. They have to go back into the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, particularly in some of the fights, and they have to polish their movements much better in preparation for game number 2, because Woohoo Gaming is very cautious. They're watching, patiently waiting for one mistake coming in from Nova Esports and readying their counter punch or haymaker to throw at Nova Esports faces. And that's exactly what happened in the mid lane fight, that we saw Woohoo Gaming bounce back and regain control, and they did not let go of that lead.
And the set actually worked wonders here in this composition, right? Whenever Long came in with Hectic Ultimatum, just countered out by the showstopper here. And it's just makes it a headache for Long to start these initiations that he so very much so wants. And moreover, it makes it really hard for Nova to execute their entire lineup. Remember, their comp is built around that Wombo combo. And when it's cancelled out by just a single ulti, it's not necessarily ideal for them. So take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Pan, which makes a lot of sense. Dealt a ton of damage and had an 86%, a staggering amount of kill participation here for the ADC. A beautiful job here on the Zeri.
Despite the threat potential of Nova Esports with their engaged composition. He was unscathed in the backline, untouched, and was relatively safe, especially because of the amount of peel provided by the rest of the team here of Woohoo Gaming. And then it's an extensively incredible performance on the side of Woohoo Gaming overall. And looking forward, actually, we are looking forward to seeing what more Woohoo Gaming can actually offer here in this game, in this series, because again, this is a team that is looking to finally get the revenge against Nova Esports. Will they be able to do that? We are about to find out if they can still continue to get a couple of wins after this short break. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of his amazing performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. The Heroes entrance as well, zoning away. Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keepest Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's CF17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SEY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of KVG. They got the 2 shots barrage. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive just with a...
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Ooh!
With the damage, they still got to sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
It's time for game number 2. We just can't wait already for the game to start, so we're gonna go straight away to the picks and bans between Woohoo Gaming and Nova Esports.
Yeah, it seems like the players don't want to take a break after that quick game at all. And here we go already. Couple of bans locked up here by Nova. And then Woohoo Gaming, actually taking away Long's Camille this time. Even though they won their last game, it seems like they don't want to play against that Camille anymore.
Interesting. Great respect coming in from Woohoo Gaming, especially that they're the ones on the blue side. So we are about to see what adjustments Woohoo Gaming is going to be making here. Same goes for Nova Esports. We see Akali actually going to be banned away, taken away from Sunny just because of his amazing performance a while ago. We saw the commitment of Nova Esports to try and pin him down. However, especially in the latter parts of the game, it was actually unsuccessful.
And Remake suffered because of him. Remake wasn't able to find much out of that game because he was consistently shut down because of that Akali. So it makes a lot of sense for them to ban that out. And this time, they're locking up Long's Evelyn as a first pick. I love this coming through here.
The
for Nova.
confidence.
And well, of course, it's Long, right? So
Yeah.
makes sense.
You can never doubt Long. It's Long. Long is him. Him is Long. And he is
It's actually
the
him.
king that really wants to just take his throne back here in Wild Rift League Asia. And the Rengar! Come on! Lock it in! And they did as well. Man! Guts of glory on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Especially Carry, man. Right? This is the only guy that is going to have this kind of confidence and courage to actually use this champion against one of the best, if not the best jungler in the world right now.
I mean, especially because of how the rest of the Woohoo gang is performing, right? We saw that last game, how Pan is just on point, how even Rocky is setting up so much. I think even if the Rengar doesn't work, they have a lot of fallback position. But it makes a lot of sense against that Evelyn matchup, right? Once that Evelyn goes invis post level 5 mark, Rengar is going to be able to keep track of that Evelyn because of his own ultimate.
The thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, so it works out here for Woohoo Gaming. Surprisingly so, Remake is going to be coming back here as the Sivir, which I think wasn't necessarily the best pickup here for Nova, but if they can execute better here without the Akali, why not?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the main problem was the Akali, also the Renekton, and since they have banned the Akali and has taken the Renekton, now there's more leeway for Remake to actually free hit in the team fights. Also, not much crowd controls are actually present here on the side of Woohoo Gaming, except for the Rengar for now, in the possible riposte counter towards some of the crowd control that Nova Esports is going to be throwing at him later on. Yasuo though going to be removed, quite interestingly so, targeting Neon.
Vladimir is still available here for both sides to pick up, so could be the reason why Woohoo might want to go for that Vladimir for late game insurance and that magic damage. Ziggs banned on out as well. I did not even consider that they could pick up a Ziggs during this rotation, but Woohoo will fit their composition a little bit well, especially because they don't. No one has banned on or picked up Galio yet, and the Galio Rengar combo actually works out really, really well. So that's something that Woohoo might fancy picking up here. And besides, Galio has really good synergy with the Zeri anyway.
Morgana is this time gonna be banned away by Nova Esports. Interesting bans actually coming through from and transitioning from game 1 to game 2. Now the question is, what is going to be picked up here by Woohoo Gaming? Is a question as well that is boggling our minds right now, because no mid lane champion has been used as yet, unless this Zed is gonna go towards a mid lane, which kind of makes sense given the ban of the Ziggs. Are they gonna be picking up a double ADC here? I think it's going to be quite effective, but risky as well, simply because there is an Evelyn.
Ooh, they're locked out here. Bit of denial potential and that initiation. Vladimir is still available for both sides, so be something that we locked up here for Nova.
Ooh.
But they're gonna be picking up the Chase. That makes sense. They are preemptively counter picking the Vladimir. So now Woohoo have to try and pick something else, which is exactly what they're gonna do here. They're not gonna go for the Vladimir route.
Oh! Oh!
I wonder what it is. Is it gonna be the Lux?
Yes!
Oh!
Yes! Just lock it in. We saw it yesterday. It was so fun being seen on the match of Servers Esports in G2 Blacklist. And man, we're gonna be seeing it today as well. Zyra lock-in, potentially for either Sunny or Pan. If it's going to be on the hands of Pan, most likely there is just going to be a swap of lanes for them. Pan is gonna be the one in the mid lane to match up against the Jace. And this is going to be so exciting because the Stranglethorns are just so effective as well in like preventing those engages from actually happening from the side of Nova Esports. And it's also quite irritating to see the Platzes constantly poking you out.
The thing is, I'm not sure if this is a planned out approach for Woohoo Gaming. I mean, if you could see from their bans, they were actively looking to pick up that Vladimir. They banned away the Zoe, they banned away the Yasuo, and they picked up the Galio as well to complement that Vladimir and that Rengar combo. So they were really building up for the Vlad pickup. And now that Jace was locked on out for Nova, they couldn't pick up Vlad anymore because It's a very risky lane going up against a Jace as a Vladimir. So it might be one of those possibilities where Woohoo had to scramble for a champion to pick here and just locked up the most comfortable one that they can on the Zyra. And while I'm not necessarily opposed to that idea, I am a little bit worried here for Woohoo Gaming if they have enough damage going on here for the late game. Because that Vladimir would have fit the build really, really well. But the Zyra has arguably not as much damage as the Vlad.
Let's see if this is gonna be effective, of course. Woohoo Gaming definitely showing how great at adaptation they actually can be. And interestingly so, we are actually gonna be seeing the Zeri into the mid lane by Sunny, and Pan actually gonna be sitting in the bottom lane with the Zeri.
And the problem with Sunny Zyra, still vulnerable to those all-ins from the Jace, right? So still has to play very, very safe. And when you have a Rengar that really needs a lot of lane priority to be able to gank, that's going to pose a big problem here for Woohoo, creating that mid control. It's going to call upon a lot of that rotation from the bottom side, which might not be the easiest thing to do against an Alistar Sivir combo. It has a ton of poke, a ton of all-in potential as well. So the bottom part of the map here is arguably in favor of Nova Esports until maybe perhaps that level 5 mark or even further. But yeah, it's the problem that you run into when you have that ADC in the mid lane. And that leaves a lot of gank potential towards the top side. Rocky has to be really, really careful in this early game.
At least for the first few minutes, this is going to be quite challenging for the Fiora, but also depends on how Rocky's going to be performing against Yitze. Of course, there is still some counter ability from the Fiora against the Redick, especially if you're going to be able to parry on the Ruthless Predator. Sunny getting bullied a lot here in the mid lane is going to be quite crucial for them, but here comes the rotation. Great headbutt though coming in from Yami. Just stop the engage right there, but is taking quite too much damage. Flash gonna be invested by Wake Up and pin him down, but the punishment is gonna be there from Neon. Fortunately though, there is no mana on this Jace, and nobody is gonna be taken down just yet.
Yeah, Woo Gaming, they turned the tide around. I was saying how Sunny gonna be under a lot of pressure. Neon shock blasts. Denies that recall. Wake Up 1 HP could be dove here by Long.
Will they spot him out?
Oh,
Looks
they
like
don't.
They do. And Long just gonna be discontinuing the assault there, since he did spot out Sunny as well going towards the mid lane. It would have been so risky. He is level 5 already, so last Kara should be available already as well.
Yeah, I don't think they saw him. I think if they did, that's a full-on commit and a half there for Long, but decided not to. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. Now we are getting closer and closer towards the first objectives. It is going to be the Mountain Dragon for starters here for both sides. So far, not a lot of action. I mean, the bottom side of the map here is going to be predominantly controlled by Nova Esports for now. Unless Woohoo decide to go for another quick rotate like they did earlier. I don't think realistically there's going to be another gank towards the bottom side here. So I would expect Nova Esports to prioritize this dragon, or actually have liberty of prioritizing whatever they want. It could be a dragon, could be a Rift Herald, but for now, I think it is going to have to be Zeri playing really, really safe on that middle side. Rocky, a little bit of an XP advantage against ET, keeping the proc at bay here at the Baron lane.
It's Fiora things, you know?
Yeah.
This can be quite challenging for Yitze, especially that he is on a big pressure right now to not only manage his lane, but also serve really well in the front line later on, because their Evelyn is just going to be trying to get a good angle onto the team fight. Kariman is going to be spotted under a ward, and Yitze has information that their jungler is there. The Nova Esports is going to cancel out the rotation as well, but we do see Long just lingering in the area just in case that we see Kariman go towards the top side again and try to gank Yitze. However, still, we do see Nova Esports actually being the one being more efficient in the gold earning.
Tell you, Gigi, have you ever heard of the snack called?
So what?
Similarly sounding to Carry Man. Making me hungry. It sounds similar to Carry, man. It's making me hungry right now. But here
No!
we go. It seems like Wake Up's gonna look
Don't
for
make
something
me
here.
hungry. So immediate delivery right there. Nascara's gonna be immediately responded. However, Kenem is still gonna be able to pin him down. Yitze gonna be next, and he has no escape avenues this time around. But Yami actually gonna be helping him out. Great use of the Strangle Thorn to knock someone up. However, Yami's still gonna be continuing. No damage can be felt though by Woohoo Gaming. They're just gonna be able to exit away unscathed. First blood secured by Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, Nova just doesn't have enough damage to deal and shut down anyone yet. Yitze looking for the hunt slice. No dice. That's gonna be the Rift Herald spawning up as well. First Dragon up. And that could not have gone a more awkward timing here for Woohoo because they were just the fight just ended now. Nova has first jump on the Rift Herald.
Will they be able to finish it though? Rocket's gonna be in the vicinity already. Kerman is also there attempting to get the steal. Will it be consumed? It is gonna be made by Long as well. Kerman is already low, has to disengage. There is the boomerang and the flash as well, gonna be invested by Remy to try and pin him down. Wake Up as well, gonna be the next target here of Nova Esports. Cannot escape anymore. Shock Blast did not connect, but Remake alongside with Yitze is just gonna be securing the kill. This time they bounce back, spawn their held as well, on their way towards the Dragon.
On Shelly in the middle side for a little bit more pressure as Long starts up this Mountain Dragon. Really well played here by Nova. Like I said earlier, that fight timing could not be more awkward for Woohoo Gaming because they lose out on the Rift Herald timing, meaning that they couldn't contest it and they couldn't start the Dragon as well. They really have no recourse apart from trying to contest the Rift Herald. Let's take a look at what happened there one more time. After Long secures his Rift Herald, actually before even the fight begins, and they're gonna start the execution. And you can see that there's not enough damage going on for Nova because even Carryman barely goes down there after the flash forward from Remake. But then Woohoo Gaming just run off to the hills. There's not really nothing to go by here as the Dragon and the Rift are both secured by Nova Esports.
Yeah, they had no reason to stay there or actually commit into the fight. They already lost one member and they lost objective already. And all those series of mistakes of Woohoo Gaming led to Nova Esports getting 2 kills and 2 objectives. That is a massive transition towards their lead this time around. However, still not enough for Yitze to actually win against Rocky. He has to pay a lot of respect towards his Fiora, especially that as the game goes by, this Fiora becomes more and more unstoppable.
Yeah. It's almost as good as you can get in terms of first couple of objectives, right? He had a couple of kills, and both of them, Nova off to a wonderful start. I think they're going to go for a dive here against Wake Up.
Let's see if it's going to be successful. Wake Up is all alone so far, actually doing tremendous work in defending this tower and preventing one more plate from being secured here by Nova Esports.
A little start here for Woohoo Gaming. Definitely not the start that they want. But Carryman's Rengar hasn't been working out yet. He is looking for an avenue. Now they're going for gank on top side. Rocky all alone.
Long actually first one to arrive in the top lane, and it has made a whole difference here in the intention of Woohoo Gaming. They are now attempting to at least defend this top side tower. Limken Yitze helping out, secure at least the wave prio in the top lane as well. Carryman unsuccessful in the gank. And Nova Esports being more proactive is actually getting more and more leverage as the game goes by.
They have a ton of vision as well on the red side jungle here. Woohoo Gaming all getting cornered into that single bush. A lot of tension here, but I don't think Nova are going to full commit yet. They do have the liberty of map control for now. They have WHG splitting up and Long towards the middle side as well. Having free reign, can take any jungle camp that he wants. And this tower, I think, is going to be untranslated. Oh, wow. Wait, Long just went down. They find him.
And this time Nova Esports is mad. Actually, Flash invested there by Yami, but already too late. Plus, Remake didn't want to commit there. Great reaction time coming through from Rocky as well to just able to be safe. And yeah, just bad spot at the worst time as well.
Yeah, Carryman just spots out Long there. Doesn't have enough vision on that bottom side. I mean, perhaps that top side vision gave him a false sense of security. But they do take a tower for trade, so at the end of the day, it's not for naught here, as Nova does take one of the outer towers here of Woohoo Gaming. Still are pretty much ahead in terms of gold. Rocky, a little bit of attention being given to him by Yami. But so far, you could just see Woohoo trying to avoid these fights, right? I mean, we did see Long going down there because Gareman was able to weed him out. But in terms of team fights, oh, they're looking for one.
Confidence actually by Rocky. He's all alone. Finally, Gareman is going to be helping him out. Here's Entrance going to be invested as well. Yami just going to be using the Proto Belt to escape. Nova Esports unscathed there, actually giving leverage towards Yitze to start split pushing in the bottom lane.
I'm still gonna go for something here. Woohoo have enough resources to go for a dive potentially. But nope, it is just Nova out macroing Woohoo for now. They do have a couple of split pushing champs that are able to do this. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, either it's Yitze or someone else on their team that can get split pushes because they are a little bit ahead, 4,000 now. And Neon doing a pretty good job of keeping the enemy bot lane at bay.
4,000 gold lead by Nova Esports. Not really too much, but it is enough for them to have the confidence to make these kinds of movements right now in the map, right, Adom? And Woohoo Gaming has no answers so far. They have to start getting answers here against Nova Esports. Dragon gonna be spawning up, and Woohoo Gaming has to contest.
Here we go. Long is first to the scene. They're getting started up already. Carryman activates Thrill of the Hunt, but the team's just not close enough yet. 3,000 HP and counting. Woohoo has to do something here, but they're just backing off.
They can't do anything. I mean, this Rengar is starting to not be a great pick compared to the Kha'Zix that he has acquired a while ago. And this time, we're seeing more and more things being secured here by Nova Esports uncontested. Winning more and more. 2 Dragon Stacks, Soul Point already. Still, the gold lead is rising up. It's a bit of a nightmare right now for Woohoo Gaming.
And this is the problem that you run into when you pick up a Rengar, right? He's an all or nothing kind of champ where he just goes all in or he just goes nothing, right? There's nothing you can do if you don't go in as a Rengar. And when you're not that far ahead, there's not much you can do at all. Especially against a team that like Nova that recognizes this fact and recognizes how to place against the Rengar. Even though Long is arguably behind him right now, in terms of items at least, he still is able to find more impact because his team is right at his bind, right at his back.
And Neon practically secured like 3 towers already, all by himself. Split push is top notch on the side of Nova Esports right now. 9.6 thousand on Neon, 9.5 thousand on Long. Pretty much very far ahead against their counterpart roles as well on the side of Woohoo Gaming. And we don't see any proactivity anymore on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They have to start setting fights up through the Rengar, through the Fiora. No split pushes are being made just yet by Rocky, and it's going to be more and more problematic here and now.
And Nova actually played really, really well in a macro sense of things to get to this point. They know that the only champion on the Woohoo Gaming squad that can potentially win 1v1s, wins duels against their split pushers is Rocky. And if you take a look at the gold graph earlier, Rocky is 2,000 gold behind Yitze. 2,000 gold behind.
That is a lot.
Remake. Even behind Neon. And that is a huge amount when you try and pin them against each other. Because even though Rocky has enough XP to get a little bit ahead, doesn't have enough items.
Neon is fully aware of their intention, immediately flashes out as he saw the Thrill of the Hunt. And now, they're going for the counter play. Pan gonna be in a bad spot this time around. Here's Entrance gonna be used to try and defend them as well. The ricochets are actually connecting massively on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Pan nearly gets killed as well. Nova Esports, again, just being more prepped for all of the fights.
Yeah. Really good job there recognizing the positions of Woohoo, denying that grand entrance on top of the... I believe that's a Thrill of the Hunt invested as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's 2 big ults used up. Rocky gonna have to go and try for the split push without his ulti. It's sub-optimal here for Rocky, but doesn't really have much of a choice here to try and find a little bit more map control for Woohoo Gaming. 13-minute mark. Still a 4,000 gold lead here for Nova. And the objectives are just piling up here for the Nova Esports squad. The gold lead is starting to balloon as well. And it's starting to feel more and more cramped here for Woohoo Gaming. What can they do at this point here, BD? I'm not sure.
I mean, one of the things is something that we have mentioned quite a lot of time already, right? You have to play through the skirmishes. They have to start split pushing. But at this point, I think it's already too late. You mentioned a while ago that Yitze is very far ahead against Rocky already.
Yeah.
There's a 2,000 going towards 3,000 right now as the time goes by. And it's not really a good position to be as a Fiora right now to start split pushing when the Renekton can actually run you down at this point. Plus, there's no hull breaker on this Fiora. It's a damage type or sustain type build. Let's see if it's going to be working this time around. Yitze just slicing dice away from him and actually left a bigger dent on his HP.
Yeah, exactly. Trade even went in favor there of the Croc. So, like really rough to be here. Really rocky right now. 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns up. Ooh, Gaming definitely don't want to give it away, but here comes the charm.
Just some damage towards Wake Up. Nova Esports showing their fangs, and Woohoo Gaming showing respect, but also showing some fear that they're feeling right now against Nova Esports and every sort of commitment for a fight. And right now, this is more pressure because this is potentially Seoul being acquired by Nova Esports. If they ditch this fight, they're kind of ditching this game. They have to fight right now. And Nova Esports is loving every single bit of this scenario right now of Woohoo Gaming. They have to fight. Shockwave gonna be connecting, Wake Up going in, but unable to land the shield run onto everyone on the side of Nova Esports. Dragon gonna be secured here still. Not actually going towards Woohoo Gaming, and Kerryman immediately blown apart. Sandy gonna be coming through, headbutt away, just giving him into a bad position. Nova Esports has to disengage though. It says still in a bad spot. Rocky actually taking too much damage. 4 members still intact from Woohoo Gaming.
They're low.
Actually low HP. Nova Esports as well. I think they have to reset, just shake their hands on it for now.
And that's the problem you run into when you have a Rengar jungle. You go in or you go out. And he went out there. Carryman unable to find anything. Dragon getting starting up. Wake Up is the only one here, GG. And Novar's taking down this dragon.
Great body block coming in from Yami. The dragon is gonna be secure. Nova Esports had the better call in Woohoo Gaming. They're already too late for the fight. They try to interfere, but they cannot do anything now. Soul secured for Nova Esports.
And that is a huge objective to having given away. Woohoo Gaming, they're going to risk it. They're starting up the Baron, but do they have enough damage to take this down? Nova is right on their tail here, GG, but they don't have a clue. They don't know.
Yami is about to though. Is this gonna be enough? Long as in the vicinity, can they actually get the steal? The answer is no, it's Kerryman that gets it. And now Woohoo Gaming has to scramble. They cannot commit onto a fight. This is too bad here for Woohoo Gaming. Kerryman gonna be caught up, still is able to speed himself up. Neon in the vicinity, Shockblast gonna be connecting onto Woohoo Gaming. Long as well, gonna be spotted out. Fortunately, the plants are there to just cancel out the engage. Nova Esports unsuccessful in the steal, but they are now still the one pushing the tower.
Yeah, props to Woohoo Gaming though. That is a game-saving call for them, securing the Baron away from Nova Esports. Yeah, it buys them a lot of time. I mean, it is an 8,000 gold lead still in favor of Nova, but at least it's shrinking now because they took the Baron. A really good call here, and Nova had no clue that it was happening at all. They even got a kill here, which meant that they could potentially look to end or get the conversion of kills, but Woohoo Gaming knew better, and they ran for the hill. Woohoo Gaming though have the Baron for now. Let's see what they can do for it in the meantime. But if it was Nova that took this Baron, it could potentially game ending. So really good job for Woohoo recognizing that they could take the Baron, and they did.
This is a very useful buff, but only temporarily. Nova Esports has the permanent one. This is Soul that they have acquired. This is the most important Soul as well. I mean, this is going to help them so much in denying some of the burst potential here of Woohoo Game because it is a Mountain Dragon Soul. However, Baron plus Elder Dragon, this might just be enough for Woohoo Gaming to start turning the tides around, and we cannot discount them at all just yet. Yami going in, still gonna be denied a little bit. Grand challenge gonna be onto him as well. Neon going towards the backside, catching out Kerryman, force a flash away. No re-engage coming through from Woohoo Gaming just yet. They are scrambling, they are disengaging. Now gonna be securing the Elder Dragon for them as well, giving them the utmost confidence to finally commit onto Woohoo Gaming. And Rocky just gonna be running away, trying to disengage, but will be denied as well as the Dragon Breath comes through. Nova Esports securing every kill here necessary for them to start taking control of this game and maybe just end this game.
Yeah, knew it. Neon doing an absolutely amazing job of keeping Carryman at bay. Now the field hunt activated, but it is the Nexus getting pummeled down, and Nova Esports even out the scoreline 1-1.
And this time it's a much more controlled pace by Nova Esports. No sign of comeback was made by Woohoo Gaming after Nova Esports started with 2 objectives and 2 kills at that 5-minute mark.
It's really good drafting here for Nova is really what got them to this point. And whoa, just subpar in that regard. Went for the Rengar to try and counter long. Didn't even work. And they couldn't get the Vladimir in their hands, which is something that I think was essential, quintessential in their composition. Had to settle for something like a Zyra, and it just didn't work out in their favor. Neither did Carrymans pick up off that Rengar. So Woohoo Gaming, unfortunately, it felt like it was lost from the get-go. It felt like it was lost from the champ select screen, which is why we're now at the 1-1 scoreline. But it's still a best of 7, and they have a couple more chances to clean things up, in a matter of speaking, for themselves. Nova Esports, though, you're playing to their strengths.
Yeah.
I mean, that Jace pickup was really what made it a headache for Woohoo Game.
It basically was textbook play coming in from Nova Esports. We saw the back row plays coming from Nova Esports, right? Neon, you mentioned the Jace, he got like 3 towers. All the outer turrets was secured by Neon, simply because of the isolation plays that they were doing. As Nova Esports, 4 members were grouping top lane, who was split pushing into bottom lane, getting the attention of all the members of Woohoo Gaming because they had a kind of team fighting based composition. The way that Woohoo Gaming had to deliver a team fight or execute a team fight was through an engage by Carryman, followed up by the Galio, as Rocky is the one baiting the members of Nova Esports as well, and everyone has to follow up as well. But Nova Esports recognized that as well, and they made Neon split push and punish every single second or minute that Rocky wasn't the one split pushing for Woohoo Gaming, and that gave them the gold leverage in the early game that transitioned to even Yitsu winning against Rocky and basically winning in every single aspect of this game.
Take a look at the head-to-head comparison here between Yitsu and Rocky. The gold actually is still pretty close, despite the fact that Yitsu found a ton of impact on being the solo laner. KDA, though, reflects the amount of damage that this Rock has done for the team. 304 compared to a 013. Not having any deaths too is just phenomenal. Same is true for Remake, who has such a flip of a game. Last game wasn't able to find much because of the Akali. Now, shown like a diamond.
Oh yeah, it's shining. We see the true value of Nova Esports right now. A little bit of the opposite of Desire right now, right? Because Pan, although dealt quite a bit of damage with the champion, and yes, it does deal a lot simply because of its kit, but we didn't see the potential, or we didn't see the desired outcome with this Zyra just yet. Yami gonna be securing the MVP simply because of his amazing setups and also denying some of the engages that Wake Up wanted. We saw in one of the Dragon fights as well, him just denying the push or denying the entry of Sunny, and it's just amazing on the side of Nova Esports. So the score is tied, Datum, and we will see who is going to be getting the leverage in this series after the short break. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back after this. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stun collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keep Best Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17. He's already inside. They got the kill on SEY. They got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY. They have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. Two members are still alive on the side. KVG. They got the true shot for Watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that back for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other foot, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now Daddy's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still. With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes Phil looking for a target once again. Uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh, fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill, and everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang. See you again on the next video. Okay. After the short break, we came into a conclusion, and the main thing that was kind of a bit of a problem for Wu Gaming is that Rengar pick. I think it's a simple solution. Just don't pick the Rengar, pick anything else. Kha'Zix was available a while ago. I think it would have been a better pick for Carryman because he was incredible during game number 1. And being on red side is an opportunity for them to patch the mistakes up and this time secure a win against Nova Esports with a better comp.
Well, that's where it begins, right? With a good comp. And can Woohoo Gaming solve that problem now? I hope they can, because I would love to see more of this series. Now, the first band's coming through. It is the Ezreal Camille band on out by themselves. Nova taking away the Ornn and the Lucian. So, I mean, the Camille not... having the Camille Galio combo, not a possibility here anymore. Kali is definitely something that Nova doesn't want to see anymore in the series, so they're going to be banning that out again. And it seems like Woohoo Gaming are going to be giving the same priority to the same bans. Are they going to be able to find that Vladimir again, or are they even going to prioritize it?
Huh. Well, what I like about this is that it's pretty much the same bands. No! No, please, no. No. Come on. We talked about... Come on. We talked about this, Woohoo Gaming. We talked about this. The only good gank that Carryman was able to make was the one they got from Long when he was
out of position,
moving towards mid lane to the bottom lane, and they were able to catch him off guard. But okay, let's see for round number 2. Maybe it was just a warm-up game for Carryman, and this time he's all warmed up, he's ready to go, he's ready to flex his fangs and just claw on everybody here on the side of Nova Esports.
Renekton this time locked on up again. We'd say really happy with that. And the good thing about Renekton is he doesn't necessarily have a losing lane, right? He can go up against a Fiora, go up against a Camille, go up against anyone and still do a pretty decent job keeping them at bay. And it's always going to be a skill matchup. This time it's going to be the Fiora again. Secured for Woohoo Gaming. Sivir on Remake. And it's pretty much the same story as last game. No difference yet that we're seeing. Yasuo locked on out. Corki gonna be the next ban here for Woohoo, so they want to pick up the Vladimir.
So it's gonna be a Corki and then a Morgana. Oh, okay, they changed it up. Alright. So Nova Esports can pick Corki now.
Yep. Can they pick the Corki? Will they pick the Corki? I don't
think
think
it's
so.
gonna be it's actually a great trade if we think about it even more, because one of the problems that Wu Game actually had in game number 2 is that the Jace of Neon was split pushing too much. The Corgi cannot do the same. It's more prone compared to the Jace, so Wu Gaming might actually have more avenues into ganking Nova Esports without the Jace.
Quirky. However, here it does complement their damage a lot here, and it does give an extra layer of engage with the package should it be available. So Wu Gaming gonna be picking up the Corki for the first time in this series. Gives them a ton of damage here and a ton more scaling options. Meanwhile, on the other end of the equation, it is again the Alistar locked up here for Yami. And the only missing link is the mid laner here. The Neon with the Zaya, of course. But they're gonna need something to keep up with the Corki damage, right? On top of the Zeri. So Zaya would make sense. A double ADC would make sense here as well. And there you go. They're locking it up. And it is this time gonna be the Zaya mid laner. And the last one to be locked up here is that Galio. Of course, complement that Rengar. But my eyes are gonna be again on Carryman's Rengar. I did struggle a lot in that mid to late game. The early game actually was pretty decent for Rengar. Able to find a couple of kills early on and then even contest these objectives. The only problem with the early objectives here for Woohoo is the team fights were off-timed, which is why they weren't able to contest the first couple of objectives. But I think with the right avenue, Carryman has a pretty decent chance of fighting these objectives against Long.
I actually like the Zeri Corki combination a little bit more than the Zaya Severe. Yes, it is still very scary. There's a lot of AoE, there's this ricochet, there's the feathers that they have to take into consideration, but the Zeri and the Corki can be quite dangerous as well, especially if Wu Gaming are going to be stepping back, kiting back against Nova Esports, because we can already see that Nova Esports will not hesitate going in. But Wu Gaming has the option to play defensively, especially that they have the Galio, and that will provide the angle for Carryman to actually maybe snipe out Neon and Remake later on.
But the thing that remains that was a headache for Woohoo Gaming that last game was the Rengar. Still in this comp, so it's still the big mystery here for this game. But the thing is, it has a little bit set of teammates to go along with it, particularly the Corki being the only difference. So it's really hard to imagine just how different it's going to be here, GG, if I'm being completely honest. But second shot here for Woohoo. If they can make it work, then great. If not, then we can say for sure that the Rengar is gonna be, it is a problem here for their comp. But give it one more chance. Maybe they could make it happen.
It's either the Carryman's Rengar becomes a lion this time, or remains to be a purring little kitty. Meow. This is some meow. Great start, by the way, getting the invade coming, but I think Long has an inkling that they might actually be there. Interrupts for a bit, but spots out Rocky as well. Will not get the steal, and Carryman should be able to get this leverage. Able to get to level 2, but Neon is going to be there for the punish.
Oh no.
Him taken down as well, but is still going to be able to escape. Never mind, Yitz is going to be there for the punish and gets the first blood.
Yeah, early game advantage. Definitely goes towards that Evelyn. That recastable first ability has a little bit more damage on top of the exhaust too. Carryman again, not off to a good start here in this game. And it is going to be rough here. Flash comes through, and here comes Yami.
Wow, Nova Esports really are getting very aggressive this time around against Woohoo Gaming. Pan nearly gets taken out, but is still fine. Has the Honey Fruit to actually heal himself back to a more comfortable state. And should be able to clear up this way.
Flashless Pan though, so that's something to consider in this game. That's a big window that Long can capitalize on to gank potentially early on. Rocky.
It's just so funny for me whenever you
denies the
use the ignite.
With the ignite.
Just deny recall, yeah. Instead of like an auto attack, but it is the safer option, right? But still,
how is Rocky level 2 in that encounter?
2 behind. Yeah, yes, actually quite behind.
He's level 3 now. Yeah.
Finally, still a level behind.
I'm not sure, but oh. Bit of an exchange here for Long saying hi to Wake Up there. but I don't think they're gonna want to contest against Long. Remember, he got the first blood already this early, really close to hitting that level 5 mark for the next rest. At such a close proximity for Long, couple of perhaps one more camp is gonna be able to activate that ulti on top of its passive. And still a pretty close game. I would expect this game to go exactly like the last game, except we don't know who's gonna win. I'm saying that in the sense that it is gonna be a slow game, a slow methodic game for both sides.
Yeah, double ADC. Well, these are like tasty targets for both the Evelynn and the Rengar. Let's see if Kanema this time around can actually, allow the team to get
The way you
leverage
say
through
carry,
his ganks.
man,
It
making
is.
me hungry.
I'm sorry. This time though, Sam should be saying sword. Actually, never mind. Actually, still is gonna be safe. Long, kind of mistimed it alongside with Neon. It should have been them attacking at the same time, but it was a little too advanced.
I think that exhaust came in clutch there for Sani. Saved his life. The last crest activated for Long there should have been enough, if not for the exhaust. So, really good reaction times there for Sani. Unfortunately, still is going to be a little bit behind in terms of XP because he had to recall off that encounter. And he didn't, but more importantly, he doesn't die. That's the goal anyway. Again, coming through from Carryman on the top side. Rocky has a little bit of reinforcement, and Jitse, might just walk straight into that Rengar trap.
This is the third position of Carryman. Let's see. This is gonna be successful this time around. Rocky's gonna be baiting him, trying to make him tempted to move far forward, close to the minions. Carryman is already there, lingering by the area. Long gonna be spotted out by a ward by Pan. And this can signal out a disengage from the rest of Woohoo Gaming.
Fun fact, did you know that you can know if there's an enemy inside of your lane that's hiding in the bush? If you know exactly the amount of XP that each minion gives you, you can keep track of that, and then when it halves or becomes less, you know that there's someone waiting in the bush.
Yeah.
It's really hard
the
to...
question is,
It's hard
though,
to execute, but it's one way of finding
able
out.
to pay attention. I mean, I'm not gonna doubt these pro players.
Of
Right?
course.
But I will doubt myself.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Usually I just try to clear the wave and try to get some kills. None of these kinds of flash moves can be made by,
By us. By mere mortals like us.
mere mortals like us. Yeah. It makes us appreciate the higher leagues even more. Especially here, like one of our biggest tournaments right now, Wild Rift League Asia. We see all of our talented players from all over Southeast Asia, the CN Conference as well, potentially more even in the next upcoming months or in this year or so. Rift Tower is going to be secured here by Nova Esports, uncontested, as we do see Carryman actually in the bottom side river, just securing the dragon. Late game scaling potentially is going to be the one invested here by Woohoo Gaming.
Motion Dragon. And that's the first tower as well. So, Esports a little bit ahead into that encounter. He got died.
Great parry, by the way, and Yami just cancelled on that engage.
Wow. Off of that single ability.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they actually committed the unbreakable will there from Yami. I don't think so. But another opportunity here to capitalize on for Woohoo Gaming because of that counter attack. But the truth is, Woohoo have a little bit less map control now. The first tower has gone down in the middle side of the map that is theirs. Means that Nova have more liberty for that rotation, which is the worst thing in the world for Woohoo because they're already 3,000, almost 2,000 gold behind.
And this is the big difference between some of the teams that we have seen in the whole of Wild Rift League Asia, right? Some teams actually prefer fighting from minute 1.
Yeah.
Particularly EDG, FPX, some of the other teams as well of CN Conference, APAC as well. We do see a lot of plays happening in the early game. For some teams like Nova Esports, Woohoo Gaming, similar to Thunder Talk at times and Trace Esports, they like to take their time. They like to invest on late game scaling champions. They like to prepare for the bigger objectives instead of attempting getting early momentum from the get-go, because it is a little bit risky and they recognize the risk as well. Having that kind of analysis, they more so go towards a safer option, and that's what's happening right now on both of Nova Esports and Woohoo Gaming. Not in just this game, but also in game number 1 and 2.
And then you've got players like Pan, who, as we showed earlier in the statistic, has some of the highest gold, or rather damage per gold statistic out of the entire league, which goes to show you the amount of efficiency these players can have that love playing or prefer playing from behind, right?
Yeah.
WoW Gaming being in this spot means it's not necessarily the end of the world. Carryman having to flash that away.
Out Carryman and
those-
Ban, but
yeah.
still pursued Carryman regardless, shows so much courage.
And not just that, they bait out the thrill of the hunt as well. Carryman, on top of the flash being invested, doesn't have an ult, which is going to be massive coming into these next couple of fights. Meanwhile, Long can just reset, wait for the invis to come on again, and they can't look for another engage. It's really amazing job here for Nova, keeping the counter pick Rengar at bay.
Man, WoW Gaming, this is massive pressure coming in from Carryman already. Or to Carryman, rather. Because if he loses for the second time, using Rengar for the second time, this is very devastating on the side of WoW Gaming. And yeah, just a theoretical scenario to be said by me is that what if Long uses the Rengar next game and shows him how?
It's gonna be sick.
It's going to be salt to the wound, insult to injury.
Have we seen Long on Rengar? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He does use a lot of champions.
That is true.
But not Rengar just yet, I think.
I wonder what Long would look like on something like a... I don't know, a Zaya jungle.
Zyra jungle, though, has
yeah, that... I want something that has never been used before. Like,
We don't see that on the PC version, but did see it quite a lot in Wild Rift, especially before the updated patch of Zyra. Especially the tone down towards the Baron securing.
Oh my god,
OP.
that's crazy.
It was too OP.
That is crazy. Set up plant. It's like playing Plants versus Baron.
It's okay.
It's tough crowd. Tough crowd out here, folks. But yeah, let's talk about the game a little bit. It's still 10 minutes into the game. Just a single kill on the board. But somehow here, GG, we've got a 3,000 gold lead. This is one of the things that I love about Nova. They're so good at playing standard textbook League of Legends Wild Rift that they don't necessarily need a couple of kills to get themselves ahead. Now though, Dragon spawning up. Yami first to the scene. WooHoo Gaming making their way towards Spit.
Package going to be available as well for Pan this time. WooHoo Gaming has to be able to keep on the scaling, keep on getting the Dragon stacks for them to have the leverage later on in the late game, especially potentially securing the soul. Carryman going to be committing. Can there be a steal coming from Long this time? It is going to be denied for the meantime. WooHoo Gaming still going to be committing onto the fight. Package going to be used as well. Yami low HP already, but they are starting to disengage. They got one kill, but unable to get the steal.
Yeah, really good package usage there from Pan. Denying the engage potential there of both Yami and Yitse. And denying any bit of vengeance or any bit of answer back from Nova Esports here. Making sure that the Dragon, second Dragon of the game, secured by WooHoo Gaming. Really good start here for them after losing a couple of early game objectives. So take a look at what happened there one more time. WooHoo, really good spots. Yitse having to use the Blast Ward into the fight means that it's not the best positioning here for Nova Esports. And then the package comes in from Pan. And that just seals the deal. Nova cannot re-engage. That means that the fight is done and dusted. WooHoo Gaming walk off with the Dragon. But still, a big map control advantage for Nova. They have a couple more turrets under their belt.
5,000, a little bit starting to be trimmed down by WooHoo Gaming, which is a good sign actually. As they continue to scale up, Soul Point is a massive advantage here right now for WooHoo Gaming. But look at the way Esports actually still being very efficient, pushing topside as they see WooHoo Gaming committing into the bot side tower. Long now gonna be visiting Sunny, but actually committed instead towards trying to clear out the wave. But since it is unsuccessful, now WooHoo Gaming getting more and more leverage as the game goes by.
We need more though, that's for sure. 4,000 still kept here by Nova Esports. And the good thing about that play is finally able to secure a couple of turrets for themselves. but it's still a very slow game for both sides. Still just 2 kills on the board. Baron spawning up already. The next dragon in about a minute or so. There's still a fair amount of time before we get to the game-ending objectives. And besides, both teams. Here's the thing with both teams' competitions. They both got double ADCs, right? So if one team wins a team fight, that's 100% a Baron, 100% a Dragon, 100% an inhibitor turret there. So that's just why we're seeing less and less of these fights, because each and every fight is very, very risky. And while that favors both teams, I would argue it favors Nova Esports more. Because remember, Carryman is on a Rengar. You don't get anything out of a Rengar if there isn't isolated fights. And here comes the fight again.
Yami immediately taking too much damage though after just one head with Pulverize. Wake Up gonna be happy taking most of the engages, most of the damage actually. It's like too much for granted a little bit. Last gonna be supporting this engage this time around though. Smooth Gaming starting to hurt so much, and Nova Esports has to disengage. Is gonna be protecting Rocket for the meantime. Flash gonna be invested by Rim to try and catch him off guard, but unable to land the auto attack onto Rocky. This time though, Flash as well, but you'd say Exhaust gonna come through to try and diminish the damage from this Renekton. Actually quite effective as Fan is still alive. Wake Up as well, but the bouncing ricochets are starting to be a massive problem. Sandy gonna be taken away. That should signal Nova Esports now towards the Baron.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. One big fight, one big objective, and remake coming online now. Doesn't even have to get close because the bouncing shurikens just deals the bulk of the damage here for Nova. Baron getting started up. Carryman activates the Thrill of the Hunt. But is it going to be enough? 5,000 and counting. Baron ticking down.
And they spot him as well, denying any sort of entry. But actually, the package is going to be used to steal is going to come through.
Wow.
It's Fan that gets it. And Nova Esports, this is a disaster for them. But they're still trying to fight back. Damage going to come through, especially coming from Neon. And we're going to be all alone in the Baron pit. Actually running towards the other direction as well. Wu Gaming might have the Baron, but Nova Esports got the fight.
Do they even have anyone left to hold that Baron buff? I think they have only just Sunny left standing there. But they're getting targeted by Long here. Punt? Okay.
Almost. That was close.
Yeah.
That would have gotten me on my feet.
I mean, Evelyn charms you, man. It's games. It's lights out, you know.
Instant 100% anxiety.
Exactly. Dragon
But
spawning
after
up
that
again.
teamfight win, right? This should be the denial of the soul by Nova Esports.
Yeah. More importantly, they're already scaled up here. They could just take as many team fights as they want. As we saw in that game, all they have to do is bait out Carryman's ult, and they immediately render one of the teammates of Wu Gaming here essentially useless. So they could just look for the full-on front to back. That's exactly what they did there. I mean, of course, they had to sacrifice the Baron, but that fight was not close at all. Absolutely one-sided because of the gold lead here of Nova. And despite the Baron buff, well, actually, they do have a couple of players who has the Baron buff still. But Yami, looking for the engage. They can look for a fight here, but they still take a turret down. So Wu Gaming, really good job capitalizing off the Baron.
Yeah, it's actually great movements coming in from Wu Gaming. Utilizing the Baron buff still present on Sunny, and they push the tower into the top lane, minimize the amount of outer turrets that Nova Esports is having right now, but it's still not enough for them to actually recover all of the gold lead that Nova Esports has acquired over this course of 16 minutes. 6,000 is still quite substantial, and Woohoo Gaming has to step up. We don't really see the pressure yet of Rocky, similar to game number 2. But this time though, we do see the Hullbreaker come through. And I think it should be enough for him to start split pushing and maybe get the attention of Yitze.
You can see the immediate turn of tide, right? After the Baron buff goes away, you immediately get a swing of map control here. On the other end of the equation is Nova Esports. Elder Dragon is the next dragon to spawn up. The Baron buff is spawning in about less than a minute or so. So it's gonna get really, really touch and go here for Woohoo Gaming, but not a fight.
Immediate burst out, and San is already deleted. Han has to be the one to step up this time around. Nova Esports is happy with the trade. You mentioned the Baron, they are timing it as well. Elder Dragon though is still very far away. A minute and 10 seconds. Wait, almost explodes. Nevermind gets slashed through with the last caress. And it's perfect now for Nova Esports to start setting up for this Baron.
Long is just ripping everyone apart. And remember, that's the Galio. That's the tankiest member on the roster here of Woohoo Gaming. As long as he's one combo to shut him down, Yami getting caught though, but he's an Alistar. He can survive this with the Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, just one pop in the ult and he's gonna be fine. Ooh.
Baron. It's gonna be a huge point of contest. Carryman's gonna have to try and steal this away, but look at how fast it's going down, GG. So quick.
Shredding so quickly. Teleport gonna be coming through. Sandy's gonna be part of this team fight right now. And actually, the Thrill of the Hunt is affecting the positions here of Nova Esports. They know where he is, at least having an inkling on the position of this Rengar, and they call off the back for now.
But the problem for Woohoo is now they don't have Thrill of the Hunt, and Nova can just reset. They could just go for the Baron again. But
if they
Elder
reset,
Drake spawning
though-
up.
Yeah,
this is a problem. This is already a problem for Nova because they don't have Elder Control.
No Unbreakable Will for Yami as well. Fortunately, he does escape. At least for the meantime. Elder Dragon, you mentioned, is available. And yeah, Woohoo Gaming is very much interested in this. But they have to be very careful of the position here of Long. Just one misposition of Sunny, just like this! It's gonna be disastrous for Woohoo Gaming! And Wake Up gonna be the one to actually taunt some of the members here of Nova Esports. But it's already disastrous for Woohoo Gaming. Carryman gonna be popping out the ult, trying to assassinate Nian. Or maybe Remake. But again, they're just grouping up, and that's one way to counter this Rengar. He has no way to enter towards the backside.
Oh,
He's
no.
actually gonna be spawning him out as well, dealing quite a bit of damage here towards the Rengar. Hero's Entrance gonna be used as well to try and pin him down, but they have the Elder Dragon already, and they're ready to fight. Woohoo Gaming has to be the one to disengage now. Flash gonna be invested by Remake to try and catch him off guard. Carryman as well gonna be caught with a charm, and Long is gonna be deleting him in an instant. And Nova Esports has basically won the fight.
They have taken the Elder, and now they're looking at the Baron. They're looking to end this game right now here, GG. And Long has been unleashed here in the late game. No one can hold that candle against this Evelyn.
Not
this
again!
Neon finds a target.
Oh, fortunately, it does have the vertically to disengage, but Nova Esports still 2 for 2. Elder Dragon Baron, the grand challenge, but actually is a bad decision for Rocky. King to death. It's still unsuccessful in staying alive. Oh, that is sad.
Yeah, it's just falling apart here for Woohoo Gaming. It's gotten to the point where they can't even get away from their teammate because 1 second that they're off and they're getting destroyed by a random stray Evelyn just walking around in the back line. Here comes another charm. Pan manages to survive, investing a couple of abilities there. But Long can just do it over and over again. And here we go. And that is another kill. It's just easy pickings for Long here as they march down the base of Woohoo.
That's the second time on the tankiest member here of Woohoo Gaming. It's Long that is just deleting everyone right now, and everyone is just instilled with fear. And yeah, all you can feel is fear because this is already 2 wins by Nova Esports with almost the same draft as well. Just having the best performance by Nova Esports. Woohoo Gaming has to step up and maybe has to start not using the Rengar.
Well, we were right, GG. They were playing for the long game, just not the long game that we thought. It was the Long's game that they were playing for, and it was absolutely amazing to witness. 2-1 on the scoreboard now as Nova put themselves ahead one more time, and I think it's safe to say that they really have to get rid of that Rengar Woohoo.
Yeah, we talked about if this is going to be a lion Rengar or a kitten Rengar. Looks like it is the latter one. We didn't see that much plays coming in from Carryman. Most of the time, we saw better responses on the side of Nova Esports. Yes, they did secure 2 Dragon stacks and was able to slightly resist the momentum that and the pressure that Nova Esports was getting. Was a great touch for them, actually establishing some controls in the side lanes as well, but still not enough. They got a good steal, especially props to Pan being the one to steal the Baron a while ago, but it kinda was used better by Nova Esports in their canceling of the soul to be acquired by Woohoo Gaming. It was overall just great maneuvers, great answers, great responses, great decision making by Nova Esports in every single bit of scenario given onto them.
And it wasn't necessarily the Corki that was a problem here. In fact, Pan dealt the most damage the entire game here. But Yeah, take a look at Carry Man here. 5,000, sub 5,000 is just something you do not want to see on an assassin here. It's even less than Wake Up here on the supportive role. It's just a disaster for Woohoo Gaming. They definitely have to change up the roles. And more importantly, they have to find some way to deal with Long's Evelyn. I think just ban it up completely. Just stop trying to counter out his Evelyn. Just nothing we can do about him for now. And perhaps resort to something else entirely.
Yeah. The Rengar is not working. It's 2 times already that Woohoo Gaming has tried. I think it's a stop loss that they have to initiate right now with this kind of strategy and figure out a different method to challenge Nova Esports and attempt to tie up the score. Because right now it is Nova Esports getting more close towards that match point position in this series. And yes, it is still a little bit far away from them winning, but it's a lot farther for Woohoo Gaming.
I want to take a look at who the MVP is going to be here, but I have a hint that it could be
the one
Long.
giving trauma.
Or it could be Remake as well. I mean, take a look at the Remake damage in this game. Nope, it's not. Of course, it's Long.
But yeah, Remake dealt quite a lot of damage indeed, especially because it is the severe AoE damage is quite high, especially because of the ricochets as well as the boomerang. But Long really left a dent not only on the HP bars of Woohoo Gaming, but also in their minds, especially for sure in the entire game, as he was able to one-shot practically anyone. But let's see if this shot of Nova Esports would be enough to push this to a match point. Before game number 4, we'll just go in a short break and we'll be back after this one. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of his amazing performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Heroes entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nasher with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stun collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keepest Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's CF17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SEY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side. KVG, they got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze,
he
did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. The power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other front, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thunder Talk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Ooh!
With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill! And everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, and see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than nose with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Let's
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This won't be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Exec ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keepest Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's CF17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SEY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They've got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side. KVG, they got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it, Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive just with a...
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still. With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes Phil looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill. Hitting.
Oh, fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill, and everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom.
Let's go and take a look if Woohoo Gaming can this time start to bounce back and tie up the score. Because so far, their 2 attempts on picking up their Rengar to counter the Evelyn of Long is unsuccessful. But now they switch back to blue side. Maybe it's gonna be able to give Nova Esports a hard time, similar to game number 1.
Yeah, something's gotta change here for Woohoo Gaming. I'm not saying what it is, but something has got to change here in their composition. That Evelyn has been a massive, massive headache here for them. And at some point, something's gotta give Woohoo Gaming. It's 2 games that they have let slip through their hands, so something massive has to change. And this time, they're taking up their priorities. The Camille will be picked up first. And by the looks of their bans, they can go for the same comp that they did earlier, but I hope they do not, for their own sakes.
Yeah, Actually, this is a bit of a change, actually, from Woohoo Gaming side. Instead of the Renekton, they pick up the Camille. In respect towards Long's performance on the Camille, regardless of the result in game number 1. But actually, this might actually just be better for Nova Esports simply because they have picked up the Galio to help out the Akali, and they have denied the Akali as well from Sani.
Here we go. This is for sure gonna be one of the junglers, right? Probably the Camille gonna be on the carryman's hands. So finally, we're gonna be seeing a different jungler here for the side of Woohoo Gaming. Meanwhile, Nova denying the Galio, and they're gonna be locking up the Akali for themselves as well. So that's certainly a really nice combo to have. Remake be given another chance at that Sivir that has been super effective all series long. Apart from that one time where they played against an Akali, but that's not this time. Now the rotations of picks to come through. There is no jungler yet for long, and they can opt it for the last pick because they already know that the Camille is going to be in the hands of Carryman this time, and there is an abundance of junglers available. We got Kha'Zix, a lot of things. Evelyn this time banned away actually, so no Evelyn anymore. But the fact of the matter is, Long's got a lot of options for that jungle.
One is going to be removed. At least Kha'Zix is going to be taken away. It is a must against Long. It's just simply too good on this champion. But actually, this time, Nova Esports is going to be banking on Woohoo Gaming attempting to have a double ADC despite the Akali being picked up by Nova Esports. It is still going to be risky, but we do understand that Woohoo Gaming is really strong when they get the double ADC composition, especially that they do have 2 frontlines already. Add in a support to that, that's major frontline capability already to provide peel for the double ADC. Jax is going to be removed, one of those that can counter out literally the double ADC with just one ability, and it's a great move for them to actually take it away.
Aatrox.
Ooh,
particularly interesting here for Nova Esports.
Lock it in.
But it is something that you generally don't expect when there's already a Renekton and a Camille on the other side of the equation. I mean, typically you see an Aatrox and then a Camille or a Fiora come out. So this is something not expected at all, but certainly still a good pickup coming from Nova. Set gonna be locked on out here as well, just to have that extra layer of beefiness and deniability for the Galio. Wonder what the final pick here is going to be here. Oh, Yone. There's like 2 counters here already against an Aatrox. This is going to be making that life of that Aatrox a real misery here for Nova.
And actually a great flexibility on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They can send out the Camille into the mid lane, or vice versa. There's Renekton in the mid lane. That's the beauty of flex picks, right? And just have the Yone in the jungle to match the farming here of Long. But actually, they flex it up as well. Aatrox is going to be on the side, as Long going to be using the Lee Sin instead to, again, just apply pressure around the map to just give Woohoo Gaming overall a hard time.
Long on the Lee Sin, another playmaker of a champion, but this time not so much the late game, but more so the early mid game type of aggression. Although I do have to say there is a little bit more late game assurance this time for Woohoo Gaming, and they finally take up, more importantly here, GG, they finally take away the Rengar, and they bring out the Yone, which is something we haven't seen all series long, and something I'm super excited to see here for Woohoo. I think this is gonna be what changes their tempo here against Nova, and perhaps you're going to be seeing another tied up scoreline after this game.
Yeah, it is. It should be much better than the Rengar, regardless of, you know, the slight tone down on the Yone as well. It's still relatively effective, more so compared to the Rengar. I just really didn't like the performance of Carryman in that particular champion, and would be better far off with a much more reliable one that is self-peeling, self-engaging as well, and can set up for the rest of Woohoo Gaming too. They have loads of crowd controls. It's only the Corki that simply doesn't have any crowd control, except for when he does have the package. That is a great zoning tool for later. On team fights, on objectives, Nova Esports has to be more prepared for team fights in terms of setting up, especially that This Lee Sin should have a deadline later on, but the Aatrox can be much made stronger with the help of Long onto Yitze.
Here we go. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Remember, in favor of Nova. And this time we got Long on a Lee Sin. And Long's been the one to watch all series long, right? I mean, has been an unsung hero the past couple of games. First game, not so much. Last couple of games, absolutely so. Absolutely shredding everyone apart. But this time, the late game that Nova has been so good at in the past couple of games is something that they can't rely on as much here as they did. 943 gold per minute. That's insane.
Insane. Not the highest that we have seen, but still relatively efficient. Especially that it is quite a slow-paced game a while ago as well, right? In the previous game. And Nova Esports this time having, or rather, Woohoo Gaming having so much late game scaling champions. The Camille, the Yone, the Corki as well. Nova Esports has equal amounts of late game scaling champions, especially that it is a more team fight oriented. Aatrox, Akali, and Severe can really affect their performance, but we cannot deny a great composition this time actually by Woohoo Gaming.
Absolutely. Question is, can they weather this early mid-game storm? Nova has been really good at that in the past couple of games, but now they've switched the roles. Okay. Did he actually steal it? Yes, he did.
You.
Wow. That's
sort
of
what I call a drive-through.
Drive-by?
Drive-by?
I like that you said earlier, you said Rengar regardless. And in my head, Regardless?
Regardless? I like that you said, you mentioned drive-through. Or like we mentioned drive-through, drive-by. We are very hungry right now. I know what you think. I know what's on your mind. You mentioned quite a lot.
Fried chicken sounds so good.
No! Stop!
Oh, you know
We're gonna
what?
be calling Raptors chickens now.
Ah, chicken wings. Them chicken wings. Them Korean chickens. That's so good.
Yeah. The barbecue.
Let me ask you
sauce.
this though, Gigi.
No.
Are you a big fan of spicy food?
Yeah. I don't eat non-spicy. I still eat non-spicy food, but it's a preference for me.
Imagine you drinking water that's spicy. Because you don't like non-spicy things. That's crazy.
It's hard for me to consume food without any,
That's
even
true.
at the tone of spiciness. I eat chili by itself.
Hey, okay. And here we go. A little bit of spice happening on the bottom side as well. As Yami gets caught out a little bit. Face breaker doesn't connect though.
They cool off immediately.
Yeah. And Wake Up on the set this time actually has phenomenal performances on the set whenever we see him on it. And the denial potential of it, absolutely wonderful as well. They actually start a fight on the bottom side.
And immediately disengaged. Just paying a bit of a respect here towards Woohoo Gaming. And Nova Esports as well, especially because of this Severe. We see as well the intention of Long actually just for this invade might be too risky because he is now surrounded. Showstopper gonna be used immediately, just uses the flash and the safeguard. However, Yami's overcommitted. Gonna be flashing in. Wake Up as well. Gonna be committing Hexic Ultimatum to finally pin him down with a Fate Steal as well. Denying any exit. And Woohoo Gaming will secure that kill.
Yeah. First blood this time so early for Woohoo. 4 minutes into the game and they shut down the Galio of Nova Esports as Long making an uncharacteristic over-aggression there. He decides to pull up inside the enemy jungle. A little bit too deep. Let's take a look at that one more time. Showstopper immediately invested by Wake Up here. And then going back to safety there Long with the ward hop. Not accounting for the fact that Carryman is here. So Yami gets caught by a couple of ults. And he goes down early here for Nova.
Yeah, Yami just wanted to help, man. Yami just wanted to help.
True. Poor
but
support.
instead got punished there. By Woohoo Gaming didn't have the Justice Punch anymore. Used the flash already. Used the hero's entrance. And Woohoo Gaming just simply locked him down.
Actually, a quick trade of lanes here.
Oh!
As Baron laners now making their way towards the bottom side. Not just his punch connects onto Wake Up, but he's a tanky boy. Exhaust connects too.
is going to be able to tank so much damage. Not only now, but also later. Woohoo Gaming attempting to accelerate this game even more with Rift Herald going to be started. Sunny going back to the Soul and Bound. Yitse going to be trapped under the pit. Immediately flashed away just to be safe. Nova Esports successful in getting the dragon though. Will be just trading objectives against Woohoo Gaming.
Now I like this. Nova going for the long game here by taking the dragons. Give them a better shot at winning that late game fight against Woohoo Gaming's really good late game comp. I'm really worried about that Yone though for Nova Esports. And Yone is something that when we see is very rarely shut down in these games, right? Especially when you go up against an Aatrox, who is such a monstrosity against in the late game. Yone is even a bigger monstrosity in the late game. So that's the one thing that I think Nova has to be scared of is Sunny here in this game particularly. Thankfully enough for them, Neon has a little bit of a gold lead against Sunny, so it keeps him at bay for now.
There's so much bursting capability here on the side of Woohoo Gaming.
That's
and
true.
setup as well, right? You mentioned the Yone, and it's still just the early game, so he's not gonna be giving too much pressure compared to the late game. And I think this is where Nova Esports has to strike him more when he is at his weakest point.
Long looking to do the same. Is a Lee Sin after all. Dragon's Rage is available. Flash on up as well. As Universal gets spawned up in the middle side of the map. This could be a fight brewing here. GG.
Tactical sweep already invested. Nova Esports is just focused on preventing this tower from falling down. They're happy with the plates as well that Woohoo Gaming has acquired. This is enough for them to have a bit of leverage in terms of gold. Not really too much compared to how Nova Esports operated in both of the games a while ago. Getting 2,000 or more in terms of gold lead. Woohoo Gaming unable to get that, unable to take a tower down can be disastrous for them or problematic at the very least. Now they transition towards top side, actually just zoning out Yitse. Nova Esports answering into the bottom lane. Nian actually getting caught there. Yami flashing in as well as the taunt connecting. But no follow-up from Nova Esports just yet. This tower in the top lane should fall down unless Remake and Yitse are just going to be able to dissuade them as well. Looks like they are successful. No one gets it out.
Woohoo Gaming are actually doing a very good job of reading where Long is going to rotate to next. I mean, they've denied every single time Long has went towards that bottom side of the map and read him like a book. And Long hasn't been able to find anything in this early game. Having invested the Dragon's Rage twice now defensively means that there's a couple of windows here that Long has been denied of. And Woohoo, I think that's what's keeping them in charge in this game. They got one kill, and it's been more than enough to secure a couple more objectives. They got the first tower as well, first Rift Herald. And now they're looking to press down further in that top side solely because Long is just denied of everything. And I think this is the one thing that Woohoo hasn't been able to do in the past couple of games.
And now they're able to do it finally, slowly but surely. Yeah, no, but extended! Immediately gets exhausted as well. He can still escape, hide under the shroud, reset a bit of those energy. That's a great timing coming in from Sandy. Now this time, they can actually target him once again. Wake up to be caught there by Yami. Just preventing any sort of setups that Woohoo Gaming wants to make here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Hero's Entrance is available for Yami after all, so can go to its teammates' aid. Fair amount of range on that as well means that is that looming threat of the Galio. But look at what Woohoo is gaming. Even the blue side jungle Long cannot get close to.
Ooh, Remake immediately forced to just flash away. Just because of the pressure there of the three members of Woohoo Gaming.
This is the roughest start that Nova Esports has had all night long. And given that they have early game jungler, this is not looking good for them at all. Sunny getting targeted down by Long, but look, they already have an idea that Long is here. Sunny is so deep behind that he predicts where Long is going to be.
It's going to become making though. Wake-up is going to be here to at least help him out, and they're successful in defending this tower. Yeah. This is a major win for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, Fate still having been invested though means that Nova can perhaps look for something here. Pick-up is around the area, showstopper available. You're gonna flash forward, what? Let's find anything.
Baiting them as well. This is... I love the confidence coming in from Wake Up. And look at the towers secured already by Woohoo Gaming. That's two already. No answers at all coming from Nova Esports. And this time, they are going to be investing towards this dragon. Starting it off. Yetze though can start up the world. And their showstopper going to be Hexacle to meet him as well onto the back line. Here's Entrance pushes away some of the members here of Woohoo Gaming. Is gonna be coming through from Long and getting the damage done. Showstoppers, well, at least the face breaker is gonna be connecting, but not enough to dissuade the members of Nova Esports. Yitz is still alive. Rocky going to be able to escape. Nova Esports getting 2 of the dragons. Long almost blown up apart. Woohoo Gaming unsuccessful at a bigger objective. Now it's Nova Esports that is sole point.
Long again gets that dragon for Nova. Woohoo starts it up for themselves, and Long says, nope, that's mine. And let's take a look at just how that happened one more time. Woohoo Gaming invested so much to deny Long. Look, they used the face breaker and then the Hextech ultimatum, but that Dragon's Rage bought him so much time that a single Sonic Wave got them that dragon. Look at how Long escaped as well. He's still alive after that fight, and despite the fact that Nova lost the fight, it's okay because they're just racking up all the dragons here. A couple of dragons done, secured by Long here.
It spent like 0.5 seconds in that dragon pit. It says thank you along the way. And now they're gonna be punishing the overextension here of Rocky. Pops in the Dominus. No help is gonna be sent out to try and save him. And he's just gonna be falling down. Woohoo Gaming unable to answer in the top lane as well, just shoving the wave. But no tower secured.
No tower secured at all. Gotten a kill as well. Certainly the way for Nova to dwindle down this gold deficit that they have. Another tower secured there as well by Neon. And perhaps now they could look for fights. But I don't think they have enough damage to contest here, unless they could isolate one of the targets of Woohoo Gaming here. I don't think a full-on front-to-back that they can realistically look for a fight, especially because of the Fate Sealed being available in conjunction with the isolation potential of the Hextech ultimatum. Yeah, there's not necessarily a lot of team fighting strengths that Nova can opt for here. They do have a lot of defensive options though. They have Hero's Entrance, Dragon's Rage, which is why they have been so far been able to deny these team fights from Woohoo.
Are they gonna be committing onto this Baron though? You'd say it took a bit too much damage from that Baron. Oh, just now. Checking it, starting it, baiting the members of Woohoo Gaming, but it actually helped them secure this tower in the top lane as well, giving them more gold as well to try and catch up with the gold lead of Woohoo Gaming. Nian might actually get caught, but still hides under the shroud. Conflict ultimate gonna be used. Wake up gonna be catching him with a face breaker as well as Fan is dealing quite a bit of damage with the Gatling gun. Nian's still gonna be escaping with a section, but still gets killed. And now Yami trying to answer back, setting up here for Rocky, but unsuccessful in getting him pinned down. And now with the numbers advantage, Woohoo Gaming, are they gonna be starting this Baron up? Long is still in the vicinity. You have to respect the steal capability of this jungler of Nova Esports.
I think that's the sole reason they were hesitating to start this Baron buff, but now they're in the pit and Nova are scattered.
No vision here onto the Barons. Long is still gonna be entering the scene. Can they actually set up here for Long? Sonic Wave gonna be denied as Wake Up uses Showstopper, still canceling any sort of engage here coming in from Nova Esports. The slashes are gonna come through though. The Dark Long is in the pit, can actually get the steal, gets denied! And Woohoo Gaming should be able to get this Baron. Gutting Gun still gonna be there. Remake still all on the pit, but unable to deal the damage here onto the rest of Woohoo Gaming. 2 for 2. But the Baron secured for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, Long tried his best to get inside the pit, but Woohoo Gaming, they threw everything in the kitchen sink at him. And at the end of the day, they were able to secure the Baron, but it was not easy for them. Let's take a look at that one more time. But remember, only has 4 players remaining after one of the players got shut down. And take a look at Long here. Showstopper invested Flash by Wake Up, Face Breaker into the Slice and Dice, into the Fate Sealed, but Long still manages to get into the pit. But they are able to shut him down. That's the important thing here for Woohoo Gaming. Deny the steal, get the objective, and walk away with the win.
And the biggest part of that, biggest contributor to that, I believe, was Wake Up. He definitely just stopped Long from entering. Same goes for Rocky as well. He was helping out, but man, this set is starting to be problematic for Nova Esports.
Dragon getting spawned up though. Nova complete squad alive this time, but as we saw from that last game, they definitely don't have enough damage to contend for Woohoo Gaming in a full-on fight. So again, Long has to steal this objective, but look at the backline.
Yami's gonna be in a bad spot. Stace is gonna be used to buy some time. Hook shot away here towards the members of Woohoo Gaming. They have taken the support already of Nova Esports. Kennyman is ignited. Has a bit of damage here left here on the side of Nova Esports. Sani might actually be in a bad spot. Flashed away here by Sani to be safe in the team fight. As the rest of Woohoo Gaming gonna be starting dismounting Dragon, Nova Esports has to commit onto this. They want to secure the soul. Neon gonna be hiding under the shroud, just trying to deal damage here onto Wake Up. Flash in. The Hex Flash. Wake Up still zoning the members here of Nova Esports. Yes, as well as checking the area as well. The damage coming through
look at Remake.
from this Corki. Pan is starting to instill fear on the members of Nova Esports, and they have to give this Dragon away.
And the problem why is because Remake was down to 300 HP this entire time. Such good poke from Pan meant that the main damage dealer here from the side of Nova Esports could not realistically get close even to the fight. Because of that, they walk away with the Dragon. And now they're looking to push on further with their advantage. It's still just around a 3,000 gold lead here in favor of Woohoo Gaming, but they feel that they're ahead. And that's important. They feel like they could end the game as soon as humanly possible, which is the right idea, because Nova, you can't give them any room to advance.
What will be the move though of Nova Esports? I think the only ticket now for them is the Elder Dragon.
Oh, that's true.
Baron Steel is still very possible. We can never discount long, but Woohoo Gaming is definitely managing Nova Esports quite well in this game.
Yeah. Sort of noticing a trend here. Nova seems to find an easier time playing with the scaling comps now that they don't necessarily have, or more importantly, a scaling champ on long. Now that they don't necessarily have much control. And it's weird seeing them playing from a very behind position like this. But Sunny looking for an opportunity here as the Unbound Soul activated. To no avail. No one's gonna look for a fight anytime soon yet. She's struggling for that top lane control that Baron is spawning off.
Showstopper! Long still gonna be able to escape. Neon as well in the vicinity. Wake Up is gonna be flashing away just to be safe. The damage of this Akali is starting to be high. Sandy gonna be going in towards Yisa, still able to sustain himself, especially that this is an Aatrox. Yami going in with just a sponge, still able to zone some of the members. They actually might be able to sandwich the members here of Woohoo Gaming. They cannot be too sure. The damage is high, the setup is there, and just the isolation can be made here by Woohoo Gaming. Just gonna be walking away, checking the Baron pit. Just focusing on keeping track of them. Package now available though. This might be huge. What will be done here by Nova Esports?
Yeah.
No vision secured over the pit. Yami's only the one in this area. Looks like Nova Esports is just going to be giving this away. This is perfect timing by Woohoo Gaming. No one is there to steal. Woohoo Gaming takes it without hesitation.
This is looking dire here for Nova Esports. Elder Dragon is the only recourse that they have here, but Woohoo is right up there with them. They have to look for an opening pick here. They have to look for an opening kill, but look at the positioning from Woohoo. It's just picture perfect. Elder Dragon is the only thing that can save Nova Esports now, but Woohoo, they know that, and they're looking to execute.
Package, yeah, this is a big deal already for Woohoo Gaming. Same as for Nova Esports. Neon gonna be checking the area. Looks like they are gonna be committing onto this fight. Neon hiding under the shroud as well, trying to distract them as well. The Showstopper's doing so much though. The kick gonna be amazing coming from long. Kenema still not able to deal the damage. Hiding under the shroud. Still, the call is actually doing work. It's now Yitze chasing them down. The Darkened Blade gonna be connecting. Rock cannot do anything to save them anymore. They found their opportunity, and this time Nova Esports to strike.
Long again, the savior of the game here with a beautiful Dragon's Rage, with Yitze creating so much space. It was like a three-prong approach with Yitze, Long, and Yami there. Just creating that opportunity with the flank of the Akali as well. They take the Dragon, and now they're marching down the base of Woohoo. This is not how I expected this game to go. And Woohoo Gaming, it is already match point they're playing against. Nova, 3-1 on the board.
Nova Esports picked up the best place to set up a fight, and they delivered flawlessly. That kick by Long, you mentioned it a while ago as well, and it was beautiful. Yitz as well was popping off. They were in sync towards each other, and definitely was able to just land the damage towards the crucial members of Woohoo Gaming and win in that fight, win in that game when they needed it the most.
Yeah, Nova Esports gotta be feeling good out of that, because they were losing that game. They was not supposed to win that game. They won one fight, and they take the Elder Dragon. They take the game as well. And that's goes to show you, up against Nova Esports, only one mistake and it's gonna be enough to turn the game around. Nova Esports, I can't overstate just how surprised I am by that result, but it's just absolutely mind-blowing how that turned out to be like that.
Yeah, because Woohoo Gaming, they were really taking control of Nova Esports. They were the ones forcing their hands. They were the one isolating the members of Nova Esports. They were the one denying the steals coming from Long, taking his objective, denying the soul from Nova Esports as well, taking the Baron away with the perfect timing since no one was there to actually counter them as well or stop them taking the Baron. But actually, in retrospect, Nova Esports was just preparing for a vision in the bottom side river, preparing for Elder Dragon. Yes, you give it the Baron, but you force them to actually just be checking the area blindly for their perfect setup as well.
Yeah.
And that's just massive from Nova Esports.
Let's take a closer look at just how that went out there. I mean, from the get-go, we already knew that it was going to be a really uphill battle there for Nova. They lock up the Aatrox and then into the Camille Renekton combo, and then Sanni tripled up on the threat by locking up the Yone. It made it really hard for Nova to find impact, but somehow Yitse is still able to keep up the numbers compared to Rocky. And somehow Long, of course, Long still steals these objectives despite fighting an uphill battle and still somehow wins the fight here. I mean, scoreboard is just 8 to 9 here in terms of kills, but that's mostly because Nova, for the most of this game, was just trying to constantly deny these team fights, and it proved to be more than enough here for the team.
It is one fight is more than enough. But I actually want to commend Yitse as well. He was very stable. He was just waiting for the right time at the right place as well, and was given both of it as well in that last fight. This is an Aatrox. They're opting to scale. They have the Holly, they have the Severe. Late game scaling definitely suits better for Nova Esports. They were just waiting for the right time to just strike against Woohoo Gaming. They gave them the upper hand in the first parts of the game, waiting for the right time to actually strike, and that's exactly what they did in that Elder Dragon fight. 19 minutes it took. It is quite a long time, especially because of the bullying that Woohoo Gaming keeps on doing, keeps on giving towards Nova Esports, but it was all worth it. Long's kick as well, which is cherry on top. I mean, when we saw that a while ago, perfect.
Yeah. One of the things that made it hard as well for Nova was Pan there, dealing so much damage on the poke. But of course, to nobody's surprise, it is Long that is the MVP. I mean, look at that gold deficit. Still has a negative number there. And 13% damage is not impressive at all. But if you watch the game, you'll know why, Nova.
You'll know why.
Yeah, you'll know why Long is the MVP here. I can't shake that Baron fight one time where Long was just dodging everything left, right, and center that Woohoo was throwing at him. But that is just our 4th game of the day. We still have at least one more for you guys for this series. My name is Adam. This is GG for Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. We'll be right back after this.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
Let's see if this is gonna be the last game of tonight of this series. Because so far, Woohoo Gaming cannot shake Nova Esports just yet. 3-1 is the score. Potentially, this is going to be the last time we are gonna be seeing Woohoo Gaming for this second season. Because both of them are in the lower bracket. Take note. And Nova Esports is back on blue side.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming now fighting for their life with their backs against the wall. What are they going to show us? We're gonna see here right now at the champion selection screen. A couple of bans coming through already. Akali getting locked on out by Nova. Lucian is something that hasn't seen the light of day this day. And it seems like Nova really don't want to see that Lucian today.
Yeah, whenever they are on blue side, they immediately ban these three champions. And Woohoo Gaming is the one to adapt. In the third game, they have banned away the Ezreal, Camille, and Zoe. But this time, they left the Ezreal open. Zoe as well is open. Renekton and Camille are the ones they have prioritized alongside, of course, with the Evelyn. This is something that you mentioned earlier, Datum. They should just ban the Evelyn if they have no counters. If the Rengar cannot match the Evelyn, just take it away.
Oh, but that means though that Remix Ezreal is going to come into fruition here. It's the first time we're going to be seeing that this series because it's been constantly banned away by Woohoo Gaming. So I'm excited to see how this performs. Also, Kha'Zix is available here for long. Well, there's a ton of options available for long here. Does play a lot of champions here. Zeri, the immediate answer here for Woohoo Gaming. And Nova, I wonder what they're going to prioritize here this time. Camille is not an option anymore. But yeah, just a little bit more jungle priority here this time. A couple of jungler bans here for Woohoo Gaming. Oh, are they going to pick up the Riven? I mean, are they preemptively assuming an Aatrox pickup here? Yes, they will be locking up the
actually
Riven.
work out well for Woohoo Gaming. This is a flex pick
Yeah.
that can work for Woohoo Gaming. This is also the champion that Carryman used against Trace Esports during the time that they matched, and he even landed an MVP performance in that game too.
Aatrox locked on out this time. And that's no surprise considering Gitse's performance in that last game. Aatrox up as well. And I don't think this is a game where we will be seeing a Galio. Given that Camille, Rengar both out. Akali out for the count as well. So I don't think that's one of the options anymore. No support yet though for the side of Woohoo Gaming. And that is still a thinker for what they're going to pick up. Alistar, of course, a very, very aggressive support here for Yami. They will still be locking up the Galio. I mean, in hindsight, it does still have really good synergy with a Riven that wants to go in. And if you have something like perhaps a Kha'Zix that Woohoo Gaming might want to pick up, it still definitely is a good combination. Maybe even with a Fiora. So, of course, they still want to have that certain level of protection for their team with the Heroes Entry.
So we have 100% pick rate of Galio tonight.
Wow.
On red side. Every single game, whenever a team is on red side, it is just gonna be the Galio support. Interesting ban.
Momo.
Just ban the champion that has never been used in the whole tournament.
I wonder what the reasoning behind that is, but okay, I guess we're not seeing a Momo this game, GG.
Yeah,
Zoe.
No.
The one thing that Nova lacks for now, maybe perhaps is a little bit of damage. I mean, which is why the Zoe ban makes sense. I think they might be going for something like a Vladimir here. With Akali banned on out and Zoe away, there's very little that can be used to counter Vladimir. Maybe a Yasuo is up for grabs here. So let's see if they're going to be banning that out as well. If not, I think Nova can pick up a Vladimir here for the next rotation. And it does tie in really well with an Alistar as well. That all-in potential really, really good.
Unless if it's going to be Woohoo Gaming that locks in something like a Yasuo. However, they're going to be lacking a bit of that magic damage. Ziggs going to be removed as well by Nova Esports just to deny some of those wombo combo on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Riven Ziggs was a great combination way back. And since we do see the Kazakhs being hovered, looks like Kerryman is not going to be piloting the Riven just yet. We'll opt for the Kazakhs instead.
Remember, Long doesn't have a champion on the table yet. Maybe Lee Sin again. Okay. I think Lee Sin here fits really, really well into the composition. We saw a Nila. Okay. This is turning spicy. A Morgana as well.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, it's always a combo by Nova Esports. Whenever Long picks in Nilla, it is going to be remake locking in the Morgana. And both are available, both are going to be locked in, and they're ready to go for this 5th game.
Wow. I like it. I like it. I mean, as far as games go, this is one of their lower risk games. They got a couple of games to work with anyway, right? So Nova, I think something that they have a little bit of room for experimentation here. But I would love to see this work, especially in the hands of Long. That Nila could be an absolute monstrosity. The amount of healing that can dish out with a black shield. It's going to be an unstoppable force here. So can't wait to see Long's Nila here for this series against Woohoo Gaming. Especially now that it is series point for them. Can they close it out right now? GG is the question. Or can Woohoo Gaming buy themselves a little bit more real estate? We'll find out once we head into the Wild Rift.
It is a massive scaling composition on the side of Nova Esports. At least 3 champions will opt to scale up towards the late game. And Woohoo Gaming has to find ways to cripple them down. Because they don't have much scaling on their hands. At most, it's just the Corki and the Zeri. The others are just going to be meat shields later on. Yes, setters are really important. Peel providers are quite important for this game with Woohoo Gaming, especially that they do have double ADCs as well. But it's going to be threatened a lot later on by the wombo combo of Nova Esports. They have so much crowd control. It's only the Ezreal that doesn't have. Simply. That's how simple it is. And Woohoo Gaming has to stop them from overtaking this game right now, especially that it is already match point for Nova Esports. Let's go.
Yeah, Long on the Nila. And I think he heard me last game. I was saying how in scaling champs, Long seem to be struggling, or non-scaling champs, Long seems to struggle, like in the Lee Sin. Well, gave me a scaling champ and a half. He's got a Nila here.
Yeah.
And it's one of the riskiest that he could pick as well. But here we go. Excited to see just how it's going to perform against Woohoo here. And like you said, I like that you pointed out that there is a ton of CC here for the side of Nova Esports, because it gives them a lot of real estate in terms of versatility. They could go for picks, they could go for team fights, and they could set for all these types of scenarios as long as they could keep their carries alive. And of which they have a couple. Lee Sin, rather a Ezreal and a Nila, who this time is in the hands of Long. I can't wait. I just can't overstate my excitement for this Nila on Long's hands. Early skirmish coming through. Wake up. Taking a lot of damage.
Yeah. Pulverize is going to be used just as a response to stop the assault here by Wake Up and Ban. Nova Esports though, especially for Long's Nila, cannot be too excited for this champion just yet because it has been recently toned down a little bit. Just the first kill reduced in terms of damage towards monsters, so he should be having a bit more of a hard time clearing out the waves. Normally, Nila does clear out the camps so fast.
Yeah.
So this should give a little bit of a leverage towards Carryman this time in terms of clearing the waves, maybe setting things up. You see an invade as well happening by Rocky. actually just giving a bit of pressure here. Ignite gonna be taking as well towards Long. He should be able to smite this up, but it's being interrupted so much by Rocky, and Kerryman is just gonna be getting the steal.
Yeah, that's the thing with having Anila. You need a lot of the assistance from your team, especially up against Kerryman's Kha'Zix here, because in these pre-level 5 1v1s, Nila is just gonna get destroyed by the likes of Riven and Kha'Zix. That you need to have that setup, or that vision set up for yourself. You have that real estate to move around, but now it's the opposite that's happening. He's the one's getting crashed on because he's been seen by the ward.
Round 2, the flash is gonna be used, and immediately the damage is coming through. He's just trying to help out, but again, this is a nightmare situation for Nova Esports. Pando, on the other hand, is experiencing some sort of nightmare. That's a kill, not to the Morgana though. It is just Yami securing it as well, so not the best gold funneling, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, it's a kill. And Yami bonking away there. Gets him off one of those. Take a look at what happened there one more time. Flash coming in from Yami into the Dark Binding. Made sure that Pan is got nowhere to run. The bonk there. I love that sound from this skin of the Alistar. Bonk. Especially with the emote, the bell, the cowbell emote. Yeah. It's the best.
It's the best. Simply the best. Most irritating one, especially in PC. Right? Except if you're the one using. Yeah, fun.
Pretty fun. Long though, struggling a little bit in this early game, which is nothing unexpected here. And Woohoo Gaming recognizing the pathing of Long here. Really good job of shutting him down for now, but it's not the end of days. Not going down yet Long in this game despite receiving a ton of pummeling. The gold almost still dead even. So really decent job of fending them off for now. But like I said, Long is gonna need a ton of reinforcement in terms of vision. He's gonna need a lot of help from his side laners to be able to keep this up.
Yeah, especially protection as well. It will take a lot more time for him to scale up, especially because of the interruption made there by Kerryman and the rest of Woohoo Gaming, particularly Rocky as well, just denying that blue buff a while ago towards him, allowing Kerryman to get the steal, and then the second gank coming in with the help of Wake Up this time. It didn't transition into a kill, but it just delayed the scaling here of Long. And to think that it's only just a little toned down through this light nerf on his first kill, but still, we do see the gravity of the situation here for Long and how Woohoo Gaming keeps on attempting the punish. Right now, they're grouping up once more. Yami and Yitze are going to be helping him out, but it is a necessary aid that they have to give towards Long just because it is a late game scaling ADC that he has picked up.
Now, the good thing about the composition here of Nova Esports is that it's built for this type of defensive maneuvers, right? They got essentially 2 supports and 2 carries and 1 solo laner. So they can support they can support Long as much as they want because you don't necessarily need to farm on a Morgana, on an Alistar either. And for now, we are just sort of funneling a lot of golden XP into Long's hands, which is essentially what they need anyway. As the Rift Herald spawns up, makes his way towards the pit, but the flash is from Yami.
Ooh, great flash out by Wake Up, denying the possible headbutt there coming in from Yami. This time though, Rocky gonna be interfering, flashing in with the knockup as well, as Wake Up is trying to taunt multiple members here of Nova Esports. The Apotheosis lands the dent onto Woohoo Gaming. This time they are still unable to get this steal. Or the Rift Herald. It is going to be stolen here by Woohoo Gaming, 2 for 2 on the objectives, and Nova Esports a little bit scattered on the decision making right there. Kerryman getting the kill, Yitze getting the trade. Now Sandy going to be joining the fight. Still, the kills are coming through. Yitze is the one to clean up the score here for Woohoo Gaming to just disengage. They might have not gotten the objective, but in terms of kills, Nova Esports is the one ahead.
Yeah, you could absolutely see there that Long's damage just wasn't enough yet. So Woohoo Gaming won the fight despite that beautiful Apotheosis. They were able to turn it around. Let's take a look at that one more time here. I mean, the positions were really good for Woohoo into that nice little engage from Rocky. Flashed away by Long into the black shield. And then Long goes in, gets almost 3 with the Apotheosis, but then he gets turned on by Pan. And it's just a little bit scattered there. Could have all turned towards that lower right position, but a little bit of unsynchronicity from Nova here just cost them that Rift Herald, but to no worry because they were able to get a couple of kills either way. So, not the end of days there, but Woohoo Gaming come out a little bit ahead there on that fight.
Yeah, especially that right now, looking at the score of Yitze, this is a Fed 8. this is a nightmare for Woohoo Gaming. Neon as well, getting 2 kills already in the 7-minute mark is massive acceleration of the scaling of Nova Esports carries. Woohoo Gaming might have gotten the Rift Herald, but since they haven't gotten this tower into the mid lane just yet, it's not really too detrimental for Nova Esports just yet.
Exactly. Rotation's not cut off yet, which is something that Nova really need. And take a look at this. Despite the fact that Woohoo hasn't been able to get that first tower down, they still are able to get that red side jungle controlled for themselves. And Remake is aware of it. Look, Yami spots out Carryman. And now their suspicions have been confirmed. They don't have much vision there anyway, so someone is there after all. So Nova gonna have to play on the back pedal because they don't have as much map control as Woohoo have for now.
And Nova Esports playing it so they know they have the leverage later on. The late game. That's the name of the game here for Nova Esports. Woohoo Gaming is the one feeling a bit of pressure here. Needing to just set up a lot of plays, force out fights consistently against Nova Esports so that they can disrupt their scaling as well. So far, it's unfelt by Nova Esports. A while ago, Woohoo Gaming is ahead by a bit of goal, but it's immediately just denied by Nova Esports. Kereman unable to track the movements here of Long as well, unable to get any steals anymore on his camps. His tower as well being defended massively by Nova Esports despite the Rift Herald used there a while ago. And Kereman spotted by a ward should signal the back right now.
Wow.
Yetse fully aware of his position will just disengage.
All things considered, the job here of Woohoo Gaming is relatively simple. Shut down these carries, shut down Long, shut down the Ezreal, and they should be good to go. But the more you look into it, the harder it seems on paper, because you got a Morgana Black Shield, you got a chunky Alistar that is in the way, and you got an Aatrox as well that can, you know, deal his own bit of damage dealing. So it is theoretically a simple approach here for Woohoo, but not the easiest of things to execute, is it? Nova Esports though have to get to a point where they can put Long to deal that damage that they so direly need, because once Long goes down, Neon can't necessarily deal as much sustained damage as that Nila does, because he is an Ezreal after all, and Aatrox is more there for that split pushing capability than that 1v1, less for that team fighting. So at both ends of the spectrum here, it's hard to execute around this Neil, and that poses a bigger threat.
Fighting, definitely.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, Yetse can definitely help for team fights. 4 kill participation is massive as well. I think he's gonna be able to zone off multiple members of Woohoo Gaming as well, since well, unless they're gonna be able to burst him quickly as they wanted it to happen. Right now seems to be a prime position for Nova Esports to actually set things up here for the second dragon. Woohoo Gaming looking to interfere. Package gonna be denied already from Woohoo Gaming. This is a massive loss for them. Rocky gonna be spotted by a ward as well. Yes, unable to land the Darkened Blade towards him. They are chasing the lone member, Carryman, forcing out the hero's entrance already. This is disastrous start for Woohoo Gaming. They have to disengage. Apotheos is on point! And everyone is just gonna be deleted here on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Nova Esports found the perfect opportunity to strike. Rocky as well gonna get caught, still entertaining towards Long, but he's just gonna be dashing through. And everyone is getting wiped off. Nova Esports found the ace.
What a play from Long! Cuts off the oxygen and gets poor with the ult. Gets the dragon off of that as well. That is one way to play the Nila. I gotta see that one more time, because
We
that
have to see it.
was picture perfect. They get a dragon, they take, I think that was an unofficial ace there, and they get the mid lane tower as well. Let's look at that. I mean, they were able to cut off their Galio because Wake Up used that ult defensively, and take a look at this Long with the perfect timing, and gets all 4, destroys the entirety of Woohoo Gaming. Look at this, he dodges the flash in as well from Rocky with his own dash, and that is just absolutely beautiful from last game's MVP.
Ban! That fight, that setup, that apotheosis, and the follow-up as well. That is a moment to be remembered, not only by Nova Esports, but also for Woohoo Gaming.
Oh yeah.
The game is not done, but man, that was a dominating fight by Nova Esports.
If
Definitely shifted all of the momentum towards their side.
If I'm playing against something like that, the game is done. I'll just surrender. I'll just FF after that. If my team doesn't surrender, I'm AFK. I'm not. I am not playing something against something as terrifying as Long's apotheosis. I'm just kidding, guys. Don't be like me. Don't be toxic.
Yeah, don't do that as well.
Don't do that.
That is a joke. That is a joke.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Nova
I'm not
Esports,
actually.
man,
I'm not
that's
actually
the
AFK.
gravity of that fight, that play.
Oh, yeah.
And Long definitely instilling fear onto everyone on the side of Wu Game. The remake, and actually just feeling a bit of fear as well. Long still continuing on to fight Yami.
1v2.
Helping
Look at
out
Long.
Yitze as well. Just look at the sustain coming from this Aatrox, and Long just 1v2ing as well. Rocket gonna be slashed away with the whip. Just dealing the damage onto everyone on the side of Woohoo Gaming. This pattern should be just free for Nova Esports for the taking.
And Yize is just holding the line as well.
Not the best move by Woohoo Gaming. They're just gonna be pinned down to the ground. Fans still able to escape, but the Galio will not. And this Aatrox forcing out Flash. Still continuing on the chase of Flash! Nearly gets a last dash there. Or last slam with the Darkened Blade. Fortunately, it still has the shield. Nearly gets a kill, gets outplayed, but it's okay. They still got the Baron. Still got 4 members of Woohoo Gaming. Pan might have had the outplay, but not the last laugh.
Yeah, Long still got the Baron there in the end. There was a beautiful affair there between Pan and Yitze, but at the end of the day, it was a dire effort to keep them afloat here for Woohoo Gaming. 5,000 gold lead, but majority of that gold advantage is in the pockets of the one player that Nova need them to be. It's in that Nila, in Long. And what is Woohoo gonna do against that monstrosity? I don't know.
I don't even know what they can do towards this so fed Nilla, so fed Ezreal, and massively fed Aatrox as well. Oh, the 3 scaling champions we mentioned earlier are all just gifted so many kills and gold and everything that they need to just accelerate this game and make them much more scarier. Woohoo Gaming cannot at all contest on anything right now. Yami's gonna be engaging. Long, of course, is gonna be following up as well with the damage, just whipping them off.
What?
And Rocky cannot do anything. It was too late already on the interference. This tower should be falling down. Inhibitor tower as well gonna be prone and just bash through. We have the Baron powered minions. Neon as well just gonna be taking them out. Rock's gonna be trying to go in. It's just gonna be falling down. Neon should be next. Isolated will be picked off. Carryman making the work, carrying the team. That is still not enough for them to bounce back.
Yeah. Good punish there from Woohoo Gaming, though. A little bit of an overstay for the players of Nova Esports. But Dragon is spawning up in just 20 seconds. Nova already in position. Last 3 players remaining, remember. So his team fights could be not the best idea. Rocky walking up.
Oh no, and he's gonna get caught. Carryman is gonna be in the vicinity. Remake is actually isolated. Sunny as well gonna be following up. Long though, chasing him out. Sunny gonna be backstabbing him. Might be a great decision. Everyone is isolated on the side of Nova Esports. Yami gonna be falling down finally. They should give the chance for Woohoo Gaming to finally get this Mountain Dragon as well. Wake Up as well is hunting him. Justice Punch not connecting. Taunt as well gonna be missing. Carryman unable to land the Void Spikes too. And again, a chance for Woohoo Gaming to slowly bounce back. They have diminished the gold as well to just 2,000.
Yeah. Woohoo Gaming did a really good job of splitting up the attention there of Long. And Sanwan is the ideal matchup for him because he could just kite that Nila. And he can't do anything. Here comes the jump in. Hite 1v4.
World Ender. This proc immediately just walks away. This tower though has been taken. Slowly but surely we are seeing Woohoo Gaming slowly bouncing back.
Yeah.
And this is huge.
It is. Really good punishes coming through from Woohoo Gaming, but Nova at some point has got to reevaluate their decisions here. The past couple of advantages that Woohoo Gaming has been able to get is because Nova has been making these uncharacteristic mistakes. They've been out of position, overextended. Now, they're trying to secure vision of Baron. Long is not around the area, so they gotta be extra careful where the players of Woohoo Gaming are at. Rocky is flanking from the Tribush. Yitze is keeping him at bay for now, but Long is nowhere to be found.
Can't spot him just yet. He just cleared up his red side jungle. That's a lot of damage actually. Woohoo Gaming is landing towards the members here of Nova Esports. Baron is available. Nova Esports has their eyes on it as well. They have a pink ward placed there, but unable to catch that one stealth ward of Woohoo Gaming. Pan just slowly chipping off the the Baron from outside the pit as well, outside the terrain. Nova Esports, what are they to do? They have a wave crashing in the bottom lane. Someone has to answer that as well on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Rocky hiding under the fire rush. They should be able to spot out Yitz's position as well. He's waiting patiently.
Yeah. It's just a dance for the Baron buff. Everyone just looking for a little bit of river control for now. But at some point, Woohoo's got to respond to this bottom lane wave. And now Sani is here. This is a chance for Nova to strike. And that's exactly what they're doing. Look at how fast the decision making is.
Immediately they spot out the ward of Woohoo Gaming. They have to cancel it. Remake is not in a healthy state right now in terms of HP.
Yeah, that's true.
Woohoo Gaming is waiting for the mistake, waiting for someone to be isolated. Yes, just be it! Immediately has flashed away, dashes away. Out of harm's way as well. Nova Esports will transition towards the Elder Dragon. This is one way to deliver a blow here towards Woohoo Gaming. One way to have the better position here in this fight. They have vision as well.
Oh no!
It's not in a good position, but will pop in the World Ender. Taunt gonna be there as well. Carryman going in. Might be in a bad spot here for Remix. Still is able to stay alive for so long, but Woohoo Gaming is there to strike. This time, San is gonna be going in with the Valkyrie package as well. Has been used. They are now trying to transition into the Elder Dragon, and they should be able to take it. It resets for a while. Will not be contested anymore because Long is dead.
Yeah, Long gets destroyed there, and Woohoo have a golden opportunity to end the game here with 2 objectives. There's not a real possibility for Nova contesting both the Baron and the Elder Dragon, and this could be it. Woohoo Gaming finally find some semblance of hope. Steel is not gonna be there either. Both buffs secured with Long destroyed. And what is Nova gonna do now? Woohoo has been able to turn things around. Let's take a look at that one more time. Nova had a pretty good decision starting off this Elder Drake quick before Woohoo was in position. But then they turned for the fight, and take a look at where Long is. Just gets collapsed on here, and then he gets destroyed. Doesn't find anything.
Destroyed.
And then Yami, Yitse, Nian had to run for the hills. This is what I was talking about. Without Long, Nova can't do much. And that's exactly what happened there.
And Woohoo Gaming is not giving up. They found an opportunity and they take it without hesitation. They are buffed up right now, massively, to defy the expectations. Finally come back here in this game and start bashing through the inhibitor towers here of Nova Esports. Now they have to defend. Now they have to position quite effectively to try and slow down the push. There's 5 cannon minions in the top lane, bashing through the tower, taking it down as well along the way. And close towards the inhibitor towers now, close towards the Nexus. No Nexus shield this time around. Rocket gonna be going in, Wake Up as well, following up with the Justice Sponge. Long trying to go in with the Apotheosis, but immediately gets denied. Rock's doing so much work. They focus onto the Nexus and pushing this to a game number 6.
Woohoo Gaming keep themselves alive, and Long's Vanilla just not enough. There just isn't enough assurance in the composition here of Nova Esports that Woohoo did the exact same thing that Nova did to them last game. Just one team fight is all it took for them to win the game. And that's exactly how the story goes of how we're gonna continue on to game number 6 here, GG. I mean, at least we got to see the Nila. That was cool. But, yeah, we'll have one more shot of extending us into a game number 7 here.
That was incredible. Coming in from Woohoo Gaming, especially how they adjusted their strategy. They were waiting for mistakes, waiting for missed positions towards the side of Nova Esports. They caught Yitze off guard in the top side river that forced the flash actually of him. That's why he wasn't as efficient anymore in the next fight in the Elder Dragon pit. And since they managed to catch Long off guard as well, that gave them the leverage into the fight already, and was able to take the Elder Dragon, take the Baron buff, and only had one thing in mind: utilize both of those objectives of those buffs and just end the game and extend the series even more.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Woohoo Gaming knew one thing, and that was they had the more standard comp. It means they only had to take down Long, and they could just take them on in a full-on front to back, and that's exactly what happened. Long couldn't realistically put himself in a good position unless it was one of those miraculous ults that we saw around the blue buff earlier. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to repeat that, which was the one thing required for them to win that game. And the Corki just slowly took over there for Woohoo Gaming. It just goes to show you that at the end of the day, no matter how strong you get, it's still about how you draft. It's still about how you play around your strengths. And Woohoo Gaming just had more strengths going into that late game. They didn't have to rely on one singular champ to win the game, and they just played standard. They just played by the book. That's how they won the game, GG.
Yeah, it's not about the drafting anymore. It's not about the early game. It's not about the scaling anymore. It's about decision makings, timings, positions, and everything was on point on Woohoo Gaming to bounce back, defy the odds, defy expectations, push this series one more game and become one step closer to tying up the score and have our first Game 7 in this tournament. It is quite close, still a little bit far, but this is one step towards it right now. They are having the momentum on their side this time around. Nova Esports is the one to adjust and patch up their mistakes.
Look at the damage done by Sani here. 30,000. No one even comes close here. 135% damage per gold percentage is absolutely insane to think about. Gotta give props to Sani, of course, for this game. Pan actually dealing almost as much damage for Remake, so not as much as he hoped he would, but definitely more than enough to win this game for Woohoo Gaming. 20-minute game, another long one at that, but Pan is going to be the MVP here with a 77% kill participation on the Zeri.
Yeah, but I also want to commend everyone on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Everyone was definitely in sync into their target selection, into their position, into their execution, timing as well. That really caught the members of Nova Esports off guard and was able to divide and conquer them in the best possible timing of the fights in the later stages of the game, the Elder Dragon, and into their push into the Nexus. And now we're going towards game number 6. Before that, everybody will just go in a short break. Daedum and I will be back after this short break. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech Ultimatum denied by their post, with Heroes entrance as well, zoning away.
It's time for game number 6. The chance for Woohoo Gaming to push this to a game number 7 after that incredible comeback in game number 5. We're still casters, Tatum and I are very excited for this game number 6 and what will be the adjustment of both of these teams. Looks like Nova Esports is going to be retaining on blue side, or will they go towards red side this time around? This is a crucial part on them right now. Everything is on the line. They are so close towards the series win. Looks like it's still getting very far because of the adjustments here of Woohoo Gaming.
I'll tell you one thing though, GG, I don't think they're going to be playing Nila anymore. That's for sure. Because it is a very, very risky composition to pull out. And they can theoretically execute it because of how well Long performs. But I think it's still very risky to go for it again. Especially now that they're running out of room to work with. So I don't think Nova are going to be going back into that Nila comp. Maybe just put him on something like a Kha'Zix or an Evelyn again and go towards the more standard routes. And yeah, maybe they should just stick to what works.
We're never going to be seeing Evelyn though.
Yeah.
Not with Woohoo Gaming on either side, to be honest. Just because of how great Long is in utilizing this champion. It's going to be the same bans here on the side of Nova Esports. Woohoo Gaming can still just ban out the Renekton on red side still alongside with the Camille and the Evelyn, similar to the previous game, and just work their way up with securing Kha'Zix for Carryman, Zeri for Pan, maybe off for the double ADC once more and wait for the power spikes once again.
Yeah. And Renekton Camille banned on out. And the first pick is gonna be the Ezreal this time. All things considered, a very decent pickup here for Nova. Can be flexed on both Neon and Remake. It has been doing a lot of work here for them, so makes a lot of sense. On the other side of the equation, though, might be seeing a little bit of priority difference. It is Zeri, and that's usually locked up with something like an Aatrox from before, but don't see much of that priority on the Aatrox as much as we do now. Perhaps supports is going to be used up here, or perhaps a jungler. There's still just a couple of jungle bans here away, and well, the Riven mix is decent amount of sense because it did work out pretty well for them in that last game. It honestly wouldn't hurt for Woohoo if they just stick to their comp from that last game, which is double ADC, a very standard composition, a Kha'Zix to top it all up with, and the biggest difference maker here, I think, is what Long is going to be picking up.
Yeah, if this is going to be the Aatrox in the jungle, or will Long push through with a different jungler again? Because a while ago, Yitse was definitely having a bit of a hard time, especially in getting into a better position for the fight. He was cancelled out a lot, especially with the damage being thrown out in the combination as well by Woohoo Gaming. This time they invest so much in terms of the burst. The Paddle Star, there's the Wind Slash coming in from the Riven, there's the consistent DPS coming in from the Zeri as well. This is a lot to be thrown towards Nova Esports.
Yeah, so locked on out. And what the response is going to be here. No mid laner, or actually potentially no ADC yet for the side of Nova. Kha'Zix banned away. Oh, it's interesting. Which is something Pan did use in that last game. So, no, not Pan, Carryman did use in that last game. So, makes sense. Lee Sin available to pick up for Nova as well. It will complement the Ezreal really, really well. But it does leave them with a lot less scaling probability. Kassadin locked on out, and I wonder what the response from Nova is against this Zoe now that the Yasuo has been locked away. Still a couple of options available. Vladimir, not an option, not really the best option. Akali could be picked up here, but if it wasn't banned away by Nova. So Corki could be one for them to steal this time, Nova Esports.
You have to ban. Well, they can still pick it up. Have the double poke here on the side of Nova Esports and invest massively towards the late game, which can work against Woohoo Gaming. A while ago, this was the route of Woohoo Gaming, and it definitely worked with the power spikes that came in at the best possible time in that Elder Dragon fight. This time, they have to withstand the Galio again. The zoning of Wake Up was incredible in the previous game, and it can be made again here in this game 6.
The only thing that's missing now is Woohoo Gaming's jungler. I wonder what that is going to be. Oh, in terms of options, it has been thinned out here for sure. Yone is still available. This is why they banned it out. Don't tell me they're going to bring it out now. Yes, they will.
They
will. Locked up here for Nova. On top of the Jace, of course. This is going to be a ton of damage, a ton of CC for Nova Esports. And the first time we're going to be seeing a Mumu here in today's matches. Yeah.
Finally, we see the Amumu after being hovered for 2 seasons. 2 whole seasons. Amumu was hovered, and this time it's going to be paired up with massive frontline capability of Nova Esports and double poke as well. But Woohoo Gaming will not hold back with the defenses they are going to be putting up. Shen, Galio to help out the rest of the carries here on their side.
There's a ton of global presence here for Woohoo Gaming. Gonna shake things up for sure here. Gonna make it a little bit hard for Long to find an impact with such defensive capability of Woohoo available. But Remake is on the Amumu. And that's something that we haven't seen. And I don't know how it's gonna turn out. But fact of the matter is, this is still Woohoo Gaming fighting for their life. Backs against the wall. And they have to try everything to deny anything from that Amumu.
This is going to be an exciting game for sure, Datum. This is first Amumu. This is so many defenses as well by Woohoo Gaming to stop the assault coming in from Nova Esports. Let's see if the pokes are going to be better on the side of Nova Esports as well with the Jace and the Ezreal. And if this will be enough, because we can never deny the Zoe coming in from Pan. This is the very champion as well that he used before to try and come back in the series or in the game that they had against Nova Esports the last time that they have met, and it's going to be utilized again today.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see how this goes. Can Woohoo extend to a 7th game, or is this time for Nova to close it out and advance in the lower brackets? We will see once we head out into the Wild Rift here. I can't wait, Gigi. Can we lay out predictions here? Gigi, I want to hear your predictions. Or just one particular game. Give me your prediction.
This is going to be tough because the pros here of Nova Esports is massively on the engages. They have so many crowd controls. They have the pokes as well. They have decent late game scaling with the Aatrox and the Ezreal. But Woohoo Game is going on standard, and what has worked already incredibly for the past season, or for the past Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
Yeah.
They have massive defenses as well. And they have the momentum right now in this series too. So I kind of have to give it towards Woohoo Gaming. I do love the underdog story towards them, and they're showing so much promise.
That's where you and I differ, because I was predicting this is going to be a Nova game. But they just have so much going for their composition.
What's this?
And I think... we might have a little bit of a tech pause happening, but let me continue on with my prediction here. I think Woohoo Gaming, their composition is built more towards that reactivity, that reactive sort of playstyle and defensive. Oh no. Okay. Apparently Wake Up has a wrong champion pickup.
So it might not be the Shen jungle for Carryman.
Okay.
We're gonna have to go to reconsider again.
So what that means is we might not be seeing an Amumu here, Gigi. Is that what that means?
Well, no. It's the last pick of Wake Up was Shen, and he's the only one that changed.
Oh, it's just the last.
Well,
pick that will be
we're
changed.
not sure if this is going to be a complete redraft or just
Exactly.
for that last pick.
Guess we'll have
We
to
will
wait and
confirm and we will determine it immediately since we're already running through the same drafting phase, same bans, and basically the same everything except for that last part.
Perhaps. I think it would make more sense if it was just the last pick that would be changed up here. So perhaps it's not going to be the Shen after all. So that might change up our predictions here, GG. Depending on what the final pickup for Woohoo Gaming is going to be. It seems like it will be the same picks from that last game, apart from that last one on Wake Up's side. So we will inevitably see an Amumu here today. Just like Thanos, he is inevitable.
Inevitable. But still stoppable. They are able to stop in the very end. Spoiler alert. Though it's not much of a spoiler anymore. Should be. Woohoo Gaming, what are they to choose though? As their last pick is the biggest question of them all, because they seem to have an incredible composition already built up with massive defenses, massive shields, and great global pressure as well to pair with the pokes that they should have in their composition. Amumu was a big surprise for us as well, though we were given an indication or a sign already during the previous game with Woohoo Gaming banning that champion in the second banning phase. Right now, we are going to be seeing the adjustment that they wanted to have. Looks like they want to invest in early game instead. Vi with the Galio combination instead. And this gives them at least a bit of a leeway in the early game to maybe set the momentum rolling for Woohoo Gaming before the power spikes happen here for Nova Esports.
Yeah, I'm finally going to be seeing a Vi as well in this series. Really good synergy with both the Galio and the Riven. Even with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble of Zoe. Makes a ton of sense here with the Vi. Just give Grant them vision and then use the Cease and Desist there. And that's immediate initiation here for Woohoo Gaming. And actually, this changes things up for my predictions here, GG. I favor Woohoo Gaming's comp a little bit more now, because earlier it was more of the reactive comp. Like, you got the globals from Shen and Galio, but now that you got the Vi, you can turn things around with the Cease and Desist and the combos available to them, that I'm favoring them more. I think Woohoo, they are going to take us into 7th game here, GG.
Ooh, I love that. I love that. That was the thing that I recognized on their side as well. But I gave the benefit of the doubt because of that massive protection that they can give towards Sunny later on the Zeri, or towards Rocky as well, in great synergy on his engages. But right now they're banking more on the early game, and I love it. Yeah, we're on the same side this time around. Woohoo Gaming has a better potential towards to extending the series towards game number 7. We don't really have that much information on the higher stage of competitive play with the Amumu. It does show a lot of crowd control potential to interfere with the movements here of Woohoo Gaming. Early game is where the Amumu is at its weakest. Much better actually on the side of the Vi.
A cute little Amumu skin there on long. And again, it's level 1 shenanigans from Woohoo. Actually, this has been one of the biggest playing factors here for Woohoo. It usually dictates how long's early game goes. Wow.
That's like 2 wards already. Look at the XP bar of Carryman and Rocky. They're like so close towards getting to level 2 already. And Long gonna be experiencing an invade coming in from Carryman once more. Sandy gonna be helping out as well. It's a great start for Woohoo Gaming.
Long just having a rough time.
Sad mummy.
Yeah, having a rough time, but is this time respecting Carryman's invade. Remember in that Nila game, he got pummeled early because he went for the contest, but he'd say
it's gonna be bashed through. Still is gonna be staying alive.
Oh
Great
no.
help there, at least. Still, Carryman with a great invade. And the cancel for the recall. Oof, that is rough.
At least Long is able to get the blue buff of the enemy here. Reset coming through. Oh, Carryman's coming in.
He should be able to still connect the smite. He will be just disengaging for now. Close call though.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a misplay there for Yitze to still secure the honey fruits, because he went for the honey fruit and then recalled. So suboptimal. I think you generally want to recall if you're going to recall and not use the honey fruit, save it for later. But all things considered, it's not the end of the world there. Just half a wave, I think, missed for Yite in that early encounter. So not too bad of a trade. Could be worse. Could have gone down. But Woohoo Gaming, despite the fact that they have an early game success, still around 600 gold behind. How does Nova do this?
Oh, just an early start there. Actually mitigated as a lead, supposedly by Curryman. And now Long gonna be invading. Will connect the bandage toss still. Is able to get the big chicken. That is
chicken wing.
Great for his side. And now Curryman starting to red buff Long. Are you gonna be interfering? Looks like it's just gonna be thing on the other camp. Rock gonna be helping out. Sitze knocking both of them up, forcing the flash here of Curryman. As Sandy's gonna be joining in.
Yeah.
But with the help of Yami, they're just gonna be escorted out.
Yeah, Woo Gaming immediately respecting the level 5 Long. Got the ults, which is why Rocky and Sunny both backed off after they saw Long hit that level 5 mark. Knew that they couldn't contest with that sad mummy. But Sandy's actually going in. Oh. Almost denies the recall there. Yeah.
That was so close. That was so close. That would have been quite irritating on the side of Nova Esports, being cancelled a lot of those recalls. But it's okay. Still, it's fine here for Woohoo Gaming. They are able to at least have decent scaling towards this early game. Not much fights are happening actually, since Nova Esports did draft a scaling composition more compared to Woohoo Gaming's draft.
Bit of a slow start for both sides, considering just how aggressive they both have been. But all things considered, going smoothly on both ends. No one going down as of yet. But you gotta remember, Woohoo Gaming has got more riding on the line for this game. So they've got to make this composition work. But they're just waiting for the team fights. And
waiting for that 5-minute mark.
Oh, bad. Guess a sleepy trouble.
Will that force an ulti? Looks like it's not gonna. At least for a while. Wake Up's in the vicinity as well. No help, no gank coming in from Curryman, and this is a little bit alarming. Oh, Curse of the Sad Mommy didn't connect, even with the flash invested. Unfortunate for Long.
Yeah. Still, the streak continues. Oh, both teams looking for opportunities, not really giving anyone anything. I think this is time that both teams start to slow down a little bit, except for Yitze and Rocky, of course. But it is the first objectives, of course, that will be the point of contest. Just less than a minute remaining, about half a minute remaining until the first Rift Herald and Dragon spawns up. And it is a Mountain Dragon. Already, look, vision established by Nova Esports onto that Dragon Pit. They want to play for the Dragon stacking this time.
Actually, I'm a little bit worried for this Ambubu, especially because of that high potential of it missing the Curse of the Sad Mommy. You have to invest your flash, you have to connect your bandage toss, or you have to let your opponent engage, in which Woohoo Gaming has a tendency to engage, but right now, looks like they have no intention of interrupting on this Dragon take. They are just going to be trading it off with the Rift Herald as well. And, actually a pause is going to be initiated for a while. Looks like we are experiencing some technical difficulties on the main stage right now. But rest assured that it is going to be patched up immediately by our officials, of course.
Yeah. Perfect time for us to take a breather, of course, for this series. And of course, everyone else on the broadcasts. And the players too. Man, I've been thinking of chicken wings the past 30 minutes.
What? Why? I mean, I'm
why not?
Also sorry.
Why not?
Why not?
When you mentioned chicken wings raptors, I want some chicken.
Yeah.
Some Korean soy.
We love chicken.
Oh.
Fried chicken is the best.
As you can see, guys, there is an update on what is happening on the stage to your right. The cause of the pod. That's a sick rhyme. Cause of the pod.
Cause of the pods.
Don't get a loss.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Just had to say. Sorry. We were talking about chicken wings earlier.
Cost of the
and
pod,
you're
they're
making me
not
a
gonna-
lot more,
not
a
getting
lot
a lot.
hungrier. Yeah.
He's got a thing for the chicken wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like that, huh? I'm still nervous for this Amumu pick. I mean, this is something we are not familiar with in the whole of Wild Rift League Asia. It shows quite a bit of potential in terms of setting crowd control, especially that you are able to land multiple CCs onto many members as well on the enemy side. However, we do see, in terms of the composition, Woohoo Gaming has a lot of ways to actually punish this kind of pick of Nova Esports. But what I'm more nervous about is that we don't really see much ganks on the side of Carryman. He is not actually investing that much in terms of ganking compared to Long. We see him actually be the one to gank.
Perhaps not yet. Yet to see. There's gonna be more of that. Issue resolved already. I was gonna double down on your argument. I'm worried of Nova's composition here, not because of the Amumu, but because of the fact that they don't look to have a lot of damage, right? When you pick an Amumu, I would at least expect something like a high DPS hyper carry to go along with maybe like a Zaya or a Kaisa or maybe even a Zeri like this. Not an Ezreal that does poke and is generally regarded as the one that you pick if you want to play safer. So that's the one thing that worries me for Nova's comp, is that when we go towards the team fighting stages of the game, yes, they have a lot of tankiness, a lot of CC, but is the Jace Ezreal combo gonna be enough for the damage dealing? That is the one thing I don't know. It will work for Nova, but the Amumu itself is, in my opinion, a pretty good idea.
Maybe the Aether is gonna be able to help.
That's true.
But the at most, right, we only see the True Shot Barrage and the Shock Blast as well being able to help. But this time, Woohoo Gaming finally stepping up, taking Remake down, finding the held as well into the mid lane. Should be able to get this tower down quickly as well.
Wow. The decisiveness to take down Remake, really, really good. Nova Esports unable to recognize that they can get all in like that. So, Woohoo, really good job. They're taking the first tower as well. It gives them a huge momentum lead. And a gold lead as well. Here comes Carryman charging up. Vault Breaker.
Getting ready for the bottom lane. Ian not gonna be targeted just yet. Yami actually going in with a headbutt. No pulverize to combo it out. Woohoo Gaming just gonna be disengaging for the while.
Yeah. Carryman doesn't have his ultimate there, which is why they didn't commit to that fight. Ooh, look at that poke damage coming through from Neon as well. And Nova is really good at this. Whenever they are just playing standard, no looking for fights, no looking for objectives, somehow, some way, they still get the gold lead. I mean, look, it was around a 1,600 gold lead earlier for Woohoo after that first tower. It's down half by 800, and it's shrinking. It boggles me how Nova is able to do this without getting kills.
Yeah, just through the macros. Now they are getting this tower taken out. Woohoo Gaming a little bit late in grouping up as well. Yami gonna be the first target, but still is able to resist so much. But this time, it is Long being targeted. Curse of the Sad Mob is gonna be used, but the hero's entrance gonna counter towards him. Carryman as well punching his way towards securing the kill. Now Yitze not really dealing that much damage as yet, has to disengage. Woohoo Gaming is happy with the exchanges so far. Remake is in a bad spot. Should be found out here by Rocky, is the one to take the kill. Nova Esports is the one to scatter out.
Yeah, but they do take a little bit more map control by taking down one of the turrets here for Woohoo Gaming. So Nova still back to the 1.6k gold deficit that they found themselves a couple of minutes ago. So the net change here in gold difference is not really existent. Still the same. Hold that. It is a 2.8k gold lead now. Woohoo definitely ahead. Let's take a look at that one more time. Long getting caught off here. Flashes to safety. And then he dies. That's it.
And then he dies. Remake as well getting caught. A lot of the members of Nova Esports getting caught right there. That allows Woohoo Gaming to have this kind of leverage now, which is pretty much standard when you do get the first objective, or like the Rift Herald in comparison towards the Dragon. But Nova Esports does have a chance to scale up here in this game, which is necessary for them. Given their composition, they should leverage down and securing the next 2 Dragon stacks.
Absolutely. They need that late game reinforcement. But if you remember, in the last couple of games, Woo Gaming has been really good at denying the Dragon Strikes from Nova. More now that Long is a little bit behind. Prospect of them securing another Dragon, getting lower by the second. I mean, take a look at the gold differences. The only one that is ahead here is their mid laner. And it's not by a lot, it's just by 300 gold.
Now Dragon's gonna be spawning up. This is what we mentioned earlier. It's something that Nova Esports has to invest solely on. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will connect. No Paddle Star just yet to follow up with the damage. Social Barrage will be connecting here onto Pan. Bit of those mystic shots, not connecting, but still able to zone out some of the members here of Woohoo Gaming. Dragon gonna be started here by Yet7. Yan is in prime position for the shockwave. Sadly, just checking the area, did spot out no one in the bush. But it's now being a little bit nervous in their position. Brock is well just setting up, waiting for the position to be able to flank the members here of Remake, but it's going to be very scary indeed, just because of the pokes coming in from Remake and Neon. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will connect. Battlestar is gonna get charged up. No, Yami's the one to tank it all up. Woo Gaming scatter once again.
Dragon slowly getting chipped down by Carryman. Nova slowly getting into position. Long is around the area. They should look for a fight here.
Scuttle Crab is the one to be targeted for now, but here comes the headbutt. Pulverized Isolation not gonna come through. Nova Esports resetting for a bit. They recognize that they can still go in with a poke. Pan as well, being the one to be poked out by the shockwave. They should call off the back now of Woohoo Gaming to give this Dragon away, but looks like they still want to fight. Rock gonna be engaging here towards Yitse.
4v5.
As well, in a good position for the Bandit Stock just to secure this Dragon for the team. The Carryman in the vicinity, the art transition here towards the Aatrox. Is it gonna be flashing out? Here's the entrance, knocking up two here on the side of Nova Esports, but they're still continuing onto the fight. Battlestar gonna be connecting. They will lose the ribbon. Yam as well in a bad position, as now the Zeddy is just gonna be free hitting for days now. Pan as well gonna be helping out. Battlestar should be the one to dictate this game and just take the kill, but it gets slammed with the sword here of Yitse. Dragon still untouched. Both of the teams will just walk away, but Woohoo Gaming is pushing mid lane as well.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Nova don't have enough damage for that fight. It was a 5v4, and there was a really good play from Long as well, going for the flash OT and got a couple of stuns, but just wasn't enough because they don't have enough damage going for themselves. And by the time the fight was already in full swing, well, the full squad of Woohoo Gaming came back into the fight, and now Dragon getting secured by them.
Can they get the steal though? True Shot Barrage is gonna be coming through. No steal. Woohoo Gaming is the one to get it. Wake Up gonna be a sacrifice unless still gonna be able to escape. No, he won't. But this is an important take by Woohoo Gaming, denying the soul for Nova Esports.
Team fight just wasn't in favor of Nova there at all. They're taking their sights towards the Baron. Uh-oh, this is a pretty fast call, but can they take the Baron down fast enough?
Rocky's gonna be on the way. Carryman is in the vicinity. Vault Breaker in. Can he actually get the steal? The answer is no! It's Nova Esports to get it! Vault Breaker and the Season Desist is gonna be invested here just to be able to get a lockdown here. Woo Game is still going in the strike. Battlestar connects! There's massive damage towards the end and Long, but still they are able to escape. But a hairline by a small HP. Battlestar with the Pulsar jump! The auto attack gets the kill. Yes, it's all alone under the tower. 3 members connecting the damage. And Woohoo Gaming gets the punish.
Wow. Single-handedly, that is just Pan showing or shutting down a couple of players there for Nova Esports. And Nova, well, they got the pretty good call, pretty good jump onto Woohoo Gaming. But like I said, whenever it comes to a full front to back, they simply don't have enough damage yet. Or will they even get to a point where they have enough damage? Take a look at this. Nova actually surprisingly took the Baron faster than I thought. But then when the fight broke through, look at this. They got the stuns connecting. They secured the Baron, sure. But when Sani comes into the fight, it just goes downhill from there. I mean, it was a pretty good start. But then Sani, Pan, both took over. There's nowhere, there's nowhere for Nova to run anymore. And they can't shut down anyone because even if they turn around, they can't kill any of these carries.
And it's just the overall lockdown as well. Just the assault and battery into the hero's entrance, into the damage. I mean, both Pan and Sani was untouched the entire team fight as well. They were the ones charging towards Nova Esports. And Nova Esports is the one running away.
Well, there is a Baron buff still for Nova, so there is a chance for them perhaps find something. Oh wait, do they still have the Baron buff? No, I don't think so, but they fight coming through.
Yeah, it's it. Gonna be stopped, but still able to sustain himself. Yami this time around is taking too much damage, has to fall back. Sandy as well starting to deal so much on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They might need to send more attention towards him. Finally, they shut Kerriman down. It's okay here for Woohoo Gaming. No objectives is available. Nova Esports just got that one kill.
Yeah. Scratch that, I'm wrong. Nobody has the Baron buff here anymore outside of Nova Esports, so it was all for naught. At least they're able to deny it from Woohoo Gaming for now. Buy themselves a little bit more time, but what can time do for them? It's just gonna be Pan Sani taking over this game. The longer the game goes on, Battlestar almost connects onto Remake there. That scared me for a second, but Nova's got to find avenues to strike back. They take a tower for themselves, but Woohoo looks to answer back with their split push down the bottom side. And it just gets gloomier the more you look at it, because what can Nova do the longer the game goes on?
I mean, their choices become more and more diminished. This is the downside of this composition. This is why we were banking more towards the lineup here of Woohoo Gaming when the draft were complete. And this is something that they really have to reconsider this time around. Amumu is definitely not working on the side of Nova Esports. They don't have the damage, they don't have the consistent DPS, and they're the ones being poked out more as well, just because of the prowess of Pan. And again, we mentioned this Zoe during the drafting phase as well. This is the same champion he used that when they lost in that game number 1 back in the regular season, he was dealing most of the damage, and right now he's dealing massively as well. Wake Up is tanking for the team, forcing out the proto belt there of Yami. The disengage. Rocky as well, not hesitating to engage towards long hitters, and that's going to be used, but a little bit too early on that for Wake Up. They're just going to be disengaging.
But the good thing is they force away Long's flash, so the probability of a steal much lower now.
Ooh.
Wow, Sani almost goes down there. And Yitse doesn't have World End there, so key abilities being used here by Nova.
And Long as well, gonna be starting up the Dragon. Woohoo Gaming can start this Baron. They don't have vision over the pit. And Woohoo Gaming is gonna be happy exchanging these objectives. Yes, you can get the Dragon, but if we get this Baron, we can start up pushing the towers. It's taking a bit too much, too long. Rocky as well taking too much damage. You have to disengage. And it's a better trade now for Nova Esports.
Really good calling here for Nova Esports. They take the Dragon and they put a threat onto Baron as well, so Woohoo can't get either of those. So still, Woohoo unable to keep up with Nova's shot calling for now, thanks to that quick decision from Long. But it's gonna take more of that to keep them into this game. Baron getting started up now. Long is just recalled. Oh no, this is bad for Nova.
It's a little bit bad. Yetse is in the bottom lane. Long is nowhere to be seen. But Woohoo Gaming is taking a bit more time. They actually engage her, commit towards trying to damage Yami. It's a bad call. This allows Nova Esports to cancel this Baron take of Woohoo Gaming and position themselves possibly into being the one to actually start it up. This is massive right now. And Woohoo Gaming is not in prime position, but the damage coming from Pan. Long has to disengage. Everyone is scattered out. And now Nova Esports has to walk out. They cannot engage anymore.
Long is so far away.
Thank you for the leads. We're gonna be the one to finish this Baron up, and Long is nowhere to be found. Baron gonna be secured here by Kerryman as well as they go in towards the Amumu, taking him down. Woohoo Gaming prime position right now to just continue on the onslaught. This is gonna be slowed up. Kerryman's gonna be there, follow up as well with crowd control. And Nova Esports losing 3 members just in time for the Elder Dragon.
Oh no.
To be taken by Woohoo Gaming. This is exactly what happened a while ago, just in the previous game.
This is falling apart for Nova Esports. Nian is the only one left standing, and the Elder Dragon's down to half HP. Long is gone. Pan is starting to paddle star his way into the base. Flash triggered by Neon, and I think this is it. It's going to be the game here, GG.
Yeah, they ditch the Elder Dragon and go straight into the Nexus, taking the Alistar away as well. No one can stop them now. We're having a game number 7.
Woohoo Gaming with their carries take down Long's Amumu. And what's a way to end this game? Let's take us into game number 7. And just problems on top of problems there for Nova. They can't deal damage, they can't stay long enough inside of the pits, and Long just had lackluster performance this game.
We were worried about the Amumu, and we were right as well. This Vi definitely had the better performance, better impact, especially on the side of Woohoo Gaming when they needed it the most. A double poke, double late game scaling champions as well. The Zeri, the Zoe definitely worked on the side of Woohoo Gaming. Ban was a massive on the paddle stars, just creating so much space for the team. So much room for them to take control in team fights, just bursting out the members of Nova Esports as well. And it caused Nova Esports to just be scattered. It disrupted all their strategies, all their movements as well. Sandy was untouched in the team fights most of the time, and that's just devastating now for Nova Esports.
And the exact opposite was true for Remake. He couldn't even get close to the team fights this time. And when he could, the rest of his teammates is already getting destroyed, getting ripped apart by Pan. It's just absolute dumpstering that we witnessed here once that mid to late game ensued. Woohoo Gaming just got control of the game and never let go of it. I mean, the objective fights reflected. Long was scrambling for air every single time the Baron or the Drake was up. That couldn't even get close to it realistically. Nova Esports, big struggle off that game just because of their composition. Their own demise was brought about by themselves, and it's gotta be feeling rough for them now.
It is very much rough. We kind of saw this coming already from the drafting phase itself, when we saw this investment by Woohoo Gaming onto the Vi with the massive scaling, great clearing as well, great wombo combo potential, great defense as well, and crowd control. Despite Nova Esports having massive crowd control potential as well, it didn't seem to matter because they simply lacked the damage as well. Yitze wasn't able to pop off, Neon wasn't able to land the pokes, Remake as well struggled to land the mystic shots and the true shot barrages. We just saw Pan out-handling everyone on the side of Nova Esports. He dealt massive damage the entire game. Sunny as well with almost 24,000 damage was untouched in every single fight.
Yeah, Pan Zoe is just a nightmare to deal with here for Nova Esports. And because of that, we are going into game number 7. I wonder who the MVP here is going to be. I have a guess. Here, GG. But I'll let the graphic show to you guys which one he is. But what a long day it has been. It's going to be continuing on for one more game later on. Let's take a look at the matchups here. Pan actually doing almost 30,000 damage with 618 on the score, only dying once. That's immaculate positioning from a Zoe.
Yeah, to think that there's an Aatrox, there's an Amumu, there's so many people that can kill him off. This guy was deserving of the SVP when they lost before, in the last time they met, and finally he landed the MVP with them winning with this champion as well.
Beautifully done here by Pan with an 83% kill participation on that performance, Zoe. But that's just it for our 6th game of the day. Woohoo Gaming press us into game number 7. We'll start right there when we come back after this.
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the X ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keep Best Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17. He's already inside. They got the kill on SEY. They got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They've got one on ZY. They have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. Two members are still alive on the side. KVG, they got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze,
way!
he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now Daddy's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Woo!
With the damage, Jason got a sustain, but here comes Phil looking for a target once again. Uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's gone.
There you go!
It is time for the last game of tonight to determine who is going to be staying in this tournament and who is going to be bidding goodbye. Will it be Nova Esports or Woohoo Gaming? Because right now, Woohoo Gaming has been able to keep themselves in this series after 2 incredible comebacks in the past two games, and now is in prime position to finally get the revenge against Nova Esports, unless they're going to be able to stop them.
And who would have thought we've come to the 7th game, right? Who would have thought we'd get to this point after that phenomenal 4-1 scoreline earlier from, 3-1 scoreline earlier from Nova Esports. Not me for sure. But here we are either way. Nova, man, they gotta stop playing with their food. Honestly, Nova Esports have got to get their stuff together. I mean, I think the only reason that they are struggling so much is because they make themselves struggle with these compositions.
Oh man, yeah, it's. I mean, we do understand that Nova Esports wants to experiment a bit. You know, they are confident that they are gonna be able to pull off this kind of composition. Some of those actually worked before. Right now, they're battling against a team that really wants to get the revenge against them. This is Woohoo Gaming that had actually a close series against them, close games, 2 games that they battled before against them back in what day was that? Day number 23 of the group stages. That was such a long time ago, and that is a long grudge that they have been holding against Nova Esports. And right now, this is the best possible time for them to finally get to avenge themselves. Banning the Evelyn, banning the Renekton, banning as well the Yasuo. Any sort of surprise picks right now of Nova Esports is denied.
Will Woohoo find their revenge? This is the game to determine that. And this is the series draft, or this is the drafting phase to determine that. First pick, Woohoo Game on the blue side. It's gonna be the Camille here. Makes a ton of sense. I would expect standard comps on both sides. Bans are gonna be the Yasuo, Evelyn, or Necton for them. And on the other end, it is an Ornn, Riven, Lucian. Don't want to give that Lucian away this time. And they deny the Galio immediately. I wonder if they're gonna be picking up something like Fiora for the Baron laner. Renekton up for grabs as well. Jax also makes sense, but no jungler pickup yet for long.
This is a great respect coming in from Nova Esports as well on the potential scaling composition that Woohoo Gaming is going to be opting to get here. It's also good to take note that this Jax Galio combination is very similar towards the Camille Galio combo, but this is a much more much safer option since the Jax is very, very sustainable and also incredible towards late game scaling. Now, Woohoo Gaming investing so much on the team fighting for later, getting the Atrox, getting the Corki as well is kind of great. They can get the Zeri also later on if ever it's going to be given by Nova Esports.
But like I said, it's turning out to be standard comps here. Atrox banned on out or locked in for Woohoo Gaming. Kassadin for that late game assurance is of course always a good idea, but as far as statistic goes, Kassadin hasn't been the most successful pickup here in Season 2, hasn't it?
Yeah, we have seen it being picked multiple times against AP matchups, particularly against the Vladimir, but not much success. It takes too much resources and too much time to actually be able to finally reach its massive power spike, and most of the time the enemy team gets already a massive lead that kind of undermines already the potential scale of a Kassadin. So Nova Esports has to really step up in giving this champion much resources it needs.
Yeah, and the reason why Kassadin is also hard to execute in team fights is you have to get up close and personal into the faces of the enemies. And what are your enemies? You got a Camille, you got an Atrox, that once you get close, there's very little chance of you getting away. But now the final rotation bans coming through, Lee Sin and 2 ADCs for Nova. And there is no jungler yet. What are the available options for Long? Kha'Zix is up for grabs here, unless they're going to be flexing that Jax into Long's hands. Evelyn not up anymore. Options very limited. There you go, that's Hecarim banned away. I don't think they're going to be picking up Amumu this time.
No. You cannot. You just can't risk it right now for Nova Esports. Kha'Zix, you mentioned a while ago, and I think that's the best choice here for Nova Esports. They're gonna be. Looks like they are just gonna be saving it up for later. Ezreal being hovered right now, not really the most successful ADC.
Imagine they picked
up so far.
Imagine they pick up Rengar here.
No. Bold choice, if ever. I mean, that if they win, it would be incredible. But we recognize the massive risk of it, right?
As I locked on up here, double ADC again for Woohoo Gaming. Now they're lacking a little bit in the support department, and there's a lot of champions that can fit the bill. Alistar being one of the best ones at that. Good at denial, good at engaging, good at the aggression. And if you are locked on out, so it is going to be Long on that Jax instead. And like we said, that scaling has always been really good on Long's hands. Oh, is it gonna be Long on the Fiora?
Ooh, what? Something that was an incredible pick way back in Season 1 and can still work right now. It's just because of the potential split push, and also just dual potential of this champion is just massive as well. If Nova Esports wants to extend the team fight by the Grand Challenge healing, Long can just do it. Since everyone on the side of Woohoo Gaming, or at least majority of them would be wanting to engage towards Nova Esports, particularly the Camille, the Alistar, and the Atrox as well, this can be great.
I'm kind of scared here. Woohoo Gaming, they've shown us that they're pretty good at these double ADC comps, and now that they pull out the Xayah Corki combo, it's gonna be really hard. A couple of ADCs to shut down. So it is, it's a tough challenge here for Nova Esports. But can they make the Fiora jungle work? Can they make the Kassadin work? And finally secure this series and the tournament lives for this game. We're about to see here, but distance here, GG. It's all out for both of these teams.
All out. Everything has to be used right now. The most important game they're gonna be having here for this tournament, because everything is on the line again. Whoever loses in this game will be eliminated from this tournament. Both of them are in the lower bracket right now and has to really step up. It took us 6 games to reach towards this moment. Now we are in the series decider moment as well.
Now or never, Long. All eyes on Long. I mean, we hype Long up so much, but only because he's been such a superstar here for Woohoo Gaming. Nova, this time Nian on the Kassadin. Something that is not easy to execute against, especially against a Xayah mid lane. I really like having Kassadin against magic damage dealers. But against Azaya, a really rough early game here for the Cast.
They just can be zoned out easily by Azaya. As well as just the wave clear is much better on Azaya. At least in the early game, Kereman gonna be spotted out in his intention to sneak up and invade towards Long's jungle, but Long had intentions as well to just answer back on his red buff. Will get spotted by the Scar's Bloom there, by the Zaya, and to just give information on both sides.
Look at Nova though, the early rotate towards that red buff. I think they might be gunning up for something similar to perhaps an early dive into that bottom side. Might not be the best idea because that is Alistar we're talking about, but Long is so deep into the jungle.
And should be punished right now. It's gonna be flashing away, but a headbutt is just massive. Repulse is gonna be coming through to flash in here by Sign. It should secure the first blood. That's huge here for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, again, Long paying big for that really early aggression without any sort of backup. I mean, it could have worked if it was something of an early game mid laner, but that's a Kazin we're talking about. One of the worst champions in the early game in the mid lane here. Here comes another gank. Yami, just a sponge.
You're pretty much a glorified minion in the early game. You got nothing to do but just farm.
Yeah.
And that's the downside here of this Kassadin. We see much more damage, and also now incredible leverage coming in towards Sandy just because of that first blood securing. Long will be able to at least get this bottom side Scuttle Crab to answer Kerryman's take on the top side river Scuttle Crab. Can never discount Sunny right now. This is a great acceleration for the scaling right now.
Neon just unable to get out of turret range here. As rough as it can get, and Long going down early means it definitely has to be a stall of a game here for Nova Esports. Has to look for the swing of gold back into their favor before they can look for a fight. And look at this. They're getting invaded now by Wake Up and Sandy. Long. And that's the one bad thing about a Fiora jungle is the clear speed is abysmal compared to others.
Yeah, there is some downsides towards the Fiora, and well, there are some perks as well. You can be helping out in this push later on. But yeah, we do see as well Kerryman being more efficient into the clearing as well, being able to help out in terms of setting up vision to track down Long. And Long getting caught out earlier was also just so sad on his farming side. Right now, Woohoo Gaming seems to be in prime position to prepare for that 5-minute mark. Maybe we can see them invest onto the Herald. Right now, Yitz is gonna be caught up. Headbutt gonna be setting him up just for the additional knockoff. Hexacle Ultimatum gonna be used as well, but here comes the other members here of Nova Esports. Long just gonna be calling off the back. Woohoo Gaming recognize it as well. Call it off. Out of the gank. But are just grouping up potentially to try and invade. Exhaust gonna come through. Headbutt Pulverize as well gonna be invested. There's gonna be the pull towards Cow. Still, Yami's gonna be surviving for so long. And they are just gonna be settling for the red buff right now.
Oh my gosh.
Orky though, just getting the damage done. Remy trying to get the punish, but unable to get the burst down towards Pan. Trying to get in towards the Honey Fruit, but the auto attack is just gonna be doing the trick. Punching the overextension. Feather Storm gonna be used into the Blink card as well. Wake Up going in with Headbutt. Unable to get the Pulverize, and Mian is gonna be able to escape. Yami gonna be helping out as well with the taunt. No matter for Wake Up, but still is gonna be able to exit out. A bit of a bold move there by Woohoo Gaming. They got punished instead.
At the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Woohoo Gaming all across the map have been trying to be proactive, but Nova strike back with equal force, which makes sure that the gold is still dead even for now. But one thing's for certain, Long is not having a good time in this early game, around 200 gold behind. And it is slowly turning into a nightmare for this Fiora jungle. And it's certainly going to be hard, especially for the next objective fight. 15 seconds until both Rift Herald and Dragon do spawn up. And the position's just not there yet for both sides. I wonder which one Long is going to be prioritizing here, and which one Carryman is going to be going towards.
This is much better right now though for Nova Esports compared to a while ago, because they secured a kill against Sunny in his overextension a while ago. Or rather Pan, in his overextension. He tried to dodge some of those skill shots from Remake, but all it took was a consistent auto attack by the Ezra to finally pin him down. Woohoo Gaming committing onto the Rift Herald as Nova Esports happily trading with the Infernal Dragon, focusing more on the scaling department, which has worked for them in some instances. Right now, let's see how Woohoo Gaming will fully utilize this Rift Herald by Carryman.
A little bit of an invade coming through again. And Nova is making their way towards the top side here. Neon with Yami. So far, so good for Woohoo Gaming. Early game secured by them. Long up against a fight against Carryman. Flash forward, and just Sponge doesn't connect yet.
Yeah, especially with the hook shot, he is able to just immediately get out of harm's way. Nova Esports unsuccessful in his punishment. Third as well, gonna be taken down here finally by Woohoo Gaming. Couple of plays as well in the top lane and bottom lane secure to just enable this early momentum lead of Woohoo Gaming. Ian gonna be calling off the hero's entrance right now to try and pin down Rocket. Just will still connect despite the flash. And that should be the kill onto the Aatrox. Nova Esports with an incredible play.
What a prediction from Neon there. Pinpointing exactly where the flash was going to happen. And that's really good play there for Neon and the gang. But Woohoo able to secure a couple of turrets in response to that. Still, in the grand scheme of things, I think Woohoo come out on top. But that was a pretty play coming through here from Yami, not Neon. Predicting the flash into the taunt. Really well played. Do they actually get the turret off of that? I don't think so because Wake Up is here. Yeah, no turret. Just a kill.
No turret. Just one kill. One play secured. But not as much as Woohoo Gaming actually.
True.
They were able to get the tower in the bottom lane as well. So in terms of gold lead, they're still the one ahead.
Map control as well in their hands. Take down the mid turret. Woohoo Gaming have free reign of the rotations. You'd say I don't think at this point can even 1v1 Rocky. Look at that damage being dealt. 1v1. And Yite just completely ignores the Aatrox.
Yeah, it's like, nope, not yet. Not yet. Maybe later.
Yeah, later.
Right now, I just want to farm. I just want to get my items. Play the Rift Maker later on as well. On top of the Divine Sunder. So that I can maximize the amount of healing and sustain I do get for consistent team fights. But at this point, it's not yet the time for the Jacks to fight.
Slowly but surely, Woohoo Gaming find their footing. Looking to find another turret for themselves. Look at just the amount of clear speed that Dasani has on this Xayah. Certainly the one nice to have with a Xayah is you essentially have an ADC and a split pusher in one because of just how fast she can clear up these waves so quick.
Yeah. Instant wave clear. You have a setup for crowd control as well if ever someone engages towards you, so it's very complicated to actually approach a Xayah.
You essentially have a
especially when
Zhonya's
he does
as well.
have the Featherstorm.
Yeah. Having a Zhonya's where you can move in on that Featherstorm. Of course, always so good. Nova looking to shut down Sani. Unable to do so.
Scuttle Crab just surrendering.
White flag.
Yeah. Giving the white flag. Like, come on. I surrender.
Oh, I have a
1,000 gold.
I have a fun fact for everyone. Guys, did you know, speaking of flag, did you know that here in the Philippines, the way to find out if a fried chicken is spicy is if there's a red flag sticking on it.
Yeah, that's why some people would really love to see a
red flag
on their chicken.
On their chicken, of course.
On their chicken.
I don't think there's anywhere else that does that. Jollibees all across the world do.
Come on, you just had to mention. We're getting chicken later. You already know what our dinner's gonna be after this one.
Yes, sirree.
Let's see.
Some
they
red
get
flags.
this juicy fight. A red buff still gonna be secured here. So that was a bit scary. Unfortunately, Long was still able to get the right smite timing towards it as well. 4,000 gold lead by Woohoo Gaming, preparing for the next objective potentially to try and prevent the soul point here of Nova Esports, and they are in prime position as well for it.
Yeah. Gotta remember though, the last time Woohoo Gaming was in this big of a lead, Nova Esports just took the game by winning a single fight. And that's a possibility that is not out of question here this game. So Woohoo Gaming still got to be extra careful of these fights, especially in these objective fights. But for this Ice Dragon, I don't think Long can even get close.
Yeah, I mean, this is the downside of having a Kassadin, right? We see Neon just nowhere to be found, actually, on team fights. He is busy split pushing. Yes, he is level 11 already. A little close towards level 13, but right now he is still not in a good spot to actually do anything for fights, and Woohoo Gaming wants to force him into a fight. Unable to get him though. It's gonna allow Nova Esports to reposition once more. Rocky gonna get ganked here in the bottom lane. Here's Enter's gonna be invested as well to try and catch him off guard. Taunt as well, just forcing out the flash of Rocky to disengage. But since they don't have any wave just yet, this can be Rocky just buying time. I don't think he can stay though under the tower anymore.
Wake up. Spotted by Long. That's a full combo.
Oh, that damage! External Dimension gonna be used immediately, just bursting him away. Wow, that's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long is just gone. He's long gone. This game.
Long gone.
Yeah, there's nowhere to be found. 0-2-0 for the moment. It's just complete pummeling that he's receiving. 11-minute mark, and it's a 3,000 gold lead so far for Woohoo Gaming. The Baron spawning up in less than a minute, or a minute or so. Well, Carryman's just having a field day here today. And so far, it hasn't gotten to a point yet where a side lane pushing is in favor of Nova Esports, because Jack's just not there yet in terms of items.
Not yet. I mean, Bramble Vest has been completed to try and reduce the healing off the Aatrox of Rocky, but it's just a little bit too risky right now to try and 1v1 him. Plus team fights as well. Jax is a little bit on the underhand compared to the Aatrox. Right now, Rocky actually gonna be coming in. Hexacle is gonna be used always to immediately burst him away. A 1-for-1 trade, but still, Woohoo Gaming going to be in top form still, despite losing a member. You're still looking to be confident to still commit towards Nova Esports. It has to be very, very careful in this area. Kerryman is going to be in the vicinity as well. Tactical Sweep going to be used to try and damage him as well to just help out with Dark and Blade. But Sunny going to be forced to use the Feather Storm. Still going to be flashing away. Yetsa going in. Gets a kill as well with Counter Strike to exit out. And Nova Esports get 2 for 1.
At least they're able to find the shutdown onto one of the players there. A nice little riposte actually from Long is what made that happen. And it's a punish from Yitse, making sure that the Zaya doesn't survive off of that. Big shutdown gold coming through for Nova Esports, and they deny the Baron buff takedown as well. If it was the other way around, it was Nova that take down one of the players, or if it was Woohoo to take down one of the players of Nova, they could have started the Baron, but because it was the other way around, Nova buy a little bit more space for that Baron buff. But the fact of the matter is, CGG, Woohoo still has got more map control. They still just got the Baron buff, the blue buff from Long there. And they can look for another engagement here, but just deciding to reset for now.
It is right now actually transitioning slowly towards the benefits of Nova Esports composition. Having the Jack scaled up, having the Fiora scaled up, having the Kassadin right now being buffed up with so much resources and XP. Later on, sooner or later, he is going to be looking to participate in the fight. For the longest time, we have seen him just consistently farming, just evading the fights, and the other members is the one compromising for the fact that the Kassadin cannot be involved just yet. And Woo Gaming is having their fun time. But sooner or later, they are just going to be struggling more and more.
Yeah, that's true. You know what they say about the Kassadin, but in League of Legends, level 16 to win. That's almost the level 13 mark, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Once he gets the full level ups of their ult, that's when
now on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
starts to take over.
3 items, still, it is okay already, but it is a lot scarier when it is like 6 items already. 4 items including the boots.
Yeah. See how this goes. Woohoo Gaming. Time ticking away. But Nova Esports looking to make something happen pretty soon as the dragon spawns up. I think this is the soul already, right? Mountain Dragon Soul.
It should be, but Nova Esports was able to deny it. That is fortunate for them. Because if Nova Esports were the one to secure it, they would have had a chance to get a soul.
That's true.
Package gonna be used though quite early. It expired. Nova Esports are patient. Rocky finally gonna be able to catch up. Long gonna be starting it up as well. This is a much tankier dragon 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 Neon. Gonna be prone. Gets cancelled on the crown as well. This is massive now for the timing, for the team fight. Yami gonna be going in long as well, trying to intercept. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be denying the exit here of the Galley, but still is gonna be able to escape. Right now, Long still getting the steal. And immediately flashes out, dashes through as well with the launch. Yami gonna going in with Hero's Enter as well, but he has to exit out already. Gets pinned down, punished for the overextension. Woohoo Gaming might have gotten the kill, but still, we have to commend Long for getting the steal.
Oh, but now the Baron is what Carryman is looking for. Nian making way towards the pit. But Woohoo Gaming, they're one man stronger than Nova is. Will they continue on with this Baron buff take with Nian around the corner?
Oh!
The fight.
It's in a bad spot. Woohoo Gaming will always commit onto a fight if they get a chance to actually pin down one of the members here of Nova Esports. Right now, looks like they are just dismissing everything for the moment. They want to breathe, they want to reset, they want to get their items for now. And they're starting to feel the pressure coming in from Nova Esports.
Exactly. And it's getting harder and harder to weed out where Nian is. Look, the amount of flanking wards is just not enough yet for Woohoo Gaming. It gives a level of certainty to where this Kassadin is going to be. And that's scary because he can wipe out one of these carries from Woohoo and just blink out with their ults. It's absolutely something that Woohoo doesn't want to happen. And that's why Sunny and Pan are sticking so close to wake up for now. But the good thing is, if they go for just a full-on fight in the mid lane, it's something that is less likely to happen. Because now, look, they've isolated Rocky.
Rocky, you need to be very careful. Everyone from Nova Esports is running their way towards him right now. Front Ender gonna be trying to sustain himself as well with the Darkened Blade, actually answering back with a couple of damage towards Neon. Bull Gaming looking to capitalize. That's the engage by Wake Up. Immediately a disengage coming in from Yitze as well. Are they gonna be committing towards this fight? Wake Up going in with just the headbutt pulverize. Nova Esports still in good condition to still commit onto a fight. They are looking to walk back for now.
They go back in again. That's Neon. He uses the Feather Storm for Sunny. Yeah.
That's huge right now. This can be timed by Nova Esports. They can actually commit towards Sunny right now. Neon will be setting his eyes on him. 40 seconds, 15 seconds. Elder Dragon is going to be spawning up.
This is the rough for Woohoo Gaming. They've been ahead the whole game, but now it's going to come to a single objective fight. The Elder Dragon is going to be of mass importance here, and Nova is already taking control of the pit. Woohoo have to press on, have to press further. They don't even have vision here, GG.
Yeah, they don't have information on what's going to be happening here on the Elder Dragon, but they are still going to be checking. Wake Up is the one. Please check first. Package is available. Crown is going to be popped there, though. Popan, they have to start this up. They have to force the fight before the package expires. And this is the problem right now. They got hit by the Crucial Barrage as well. Yetze and Long going to be in position. Rocky going to be spotting out Neon as well. Just checking above the brush. Crown going to be expended though from Neon, so that at least a defensive utility now going to be expended. They are going in towards Sunny, still going to be using the Blade Caller. Hextech Ultimate going to be used as well. Here's enters towards Remake though, not on Yitze. This might be problematic for Nova Esports. Still Long going to be committing onto the Dragon, still going to be disengaging as well. Re-engaging once more towards the Corki! And now this is going to be the time for Nova Esports to actually strike. Blade Caller going to be going through, but still unable to get the kill all towards Yitze. The sword is going to be dropped there by Rocky. Crucial Barrage going to be coming through. Remake is looking for the chase. Rocky looking to disengage. Elder Dragon gonna be coming through, nearly gets hit by the Mystic shots, and Nova Esports right now getting the biggest objective, looking to run this down mid.
What just happened there? Nova take the fight, they take the dragon, and now they're marching down the base with Rocket the only one standing there.
But cannot do anything, completely obliterated, and at the end of the day, the revenge is not gonna be sweet this time around. Nova Esports denies it.
Nova Esports continue reigning on, and Woohoo unfortunately goes home tonight. And take a look at our victors here with Long right in the middle. A well-deserved bow for such a tiresome long series. But they secure the win either way. They stay alive in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
Oh, that was a close one for Woohoo Gaming. Too close for comfort, but props to Yitze, props to Neon and Remake as well for having that kind of confidence to finally pin down Sunny and also deny any re-entry coming in from Woohoo Gaming. They were overpowered basically by Nova Esports. This is the design of the draft of Nova Esports. They can be just patient and wait for the power spikes, and they had the power spikes in the late stage of the game, and they just timed it up. They patiently gave some of the objectives towards Woohoo Gaming. They were fine giving 4,000 gold lead because they know at like 18 minutes into the game, that 4,000 gold lead doesn't matter.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's about execution. That team fight, Woohoo Gaming was trying their darndest to start up the fight, but Long and the gang just persevered. Nova Esports just took the fight and turned it around on themselves, around on them. And we saw just how many re-engages were there because Woohoo Gaming did not want to full commit to the fight. They wanted to wait for Neon to get into position. And that's exactly what happened. They didn't even need to take the Elder at the end of the day because they just took the kills and they won the game at the end of it. Remake dealing the most damage this time on the Ezreal, with Neon a close second. But man, Woohoo Gaming was winning that game for the entirety until it wasn't. Classic matchup between these two teams.
Oh yeah. Basically, what happened in game number 5, that Woohoo Gaming won against Nova Esports, now was done by Nova Esports to Woohoo Gaming. It was patience play. They were waiting for the perfect time for them to have their power spikes and waiting for the exact time that Woohoo Gaming will make even the slightest of mistakes. When they had Pan, it was game over already.
Yeah.
When they had them getting bursted out, they thought that Nova Esports would be completely disengaging. But no, they were wrong, and Nova Esports had them this time.
Yeah. And take a look at this. Damage done, 21,205. Not even going down. Remake positioning was beautiful. And he is, of course, the MVP of our game with a 78% kill participation. That makes the 7th MVP count here for Remake. And, of course, performing where it matters at the final game, at where Nova needed to fight for their life. Remake turns up huge and just a monster here in game number 7.
In the previous game, in game number 6, he wasn't able to perform as well as he intended it to perform, but in this game 7, he really popped off and redeemed his Ezreal performance as well. So props to Remake and the rest of the squad here of Nova Esports. This was a close series for them. Very different in compared to the last time that they have met back in day number 28, wherein they had a 2-0 victory against Woohoo Gaming. Though per game, it was actually quite close. This time, Woohoo Gaming really gave them a hard time. That's why I want to commend Woohoo Gaming as well.
Yeah, huge for improvement over that span of time. But unfortunately for Woohoo Gaming, this is where the end road, or the road ends for now for them. It was a very, very hard fought battle there for Woohoo, and they had to put up with so much that Nova was throwing at them, right? Nova just brought out everything in this match that Woohoo, well, dealt considerable amount of damage to the amount of strats that they had, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. It's Nova with the consistency that took the win. And there you have it. That means that Woohoo will not be continuing on here in the losers bracket. It's Nova that will be advancing further. They will be facing up against whoever loses, I believe, between KBG and Thunder Talk there. So that's going to be an exciting matchup in and of itself. But this is the updated bracket that we have for the China conference here in the playoffs.
It is going to be a tough road still here for Nova Esports, especially because they started here in the losers bracket. Yes, this is a celebration for them, but only for a short while.
Yeah.
Because they are gonna be battling to whoever is gonna be dropping down from the upper bracket. And same goes here for FPX and Weibo Gaming. They will battle tomorrow in a best of 7 to determine who is gonna be staying in this tournament and who is gonna be saying goodbye.
It starts at 6 p.m. again at GMT +8 time zone. We'll see you guys then for FPX versus Weibo Gaming. But wow, today was a wild day, GG. I was not expecting us to go to game number 7. But we did, and I am so happy that we did.
It is such an incredible experience for us right now today. Any final words, Tatum, before we hop off?
No, not really. Just thank you for joining us here today, and I hope we do see you again tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We are looking forward for the match tomorrow of FPX and Weibo Gaming. Thank you so much for casting alongside with me today, Datum, and an incredible support from the Wild Rift community as well. Thank you so much for sticking around till the very end, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.